All right, we are live, ladies and gentlemen, here today. Welcome to the stream as we are live streaming commentary of the NASCAR Cup Series inaugural race at Circuit of the Americas. Thanks for everybody tuning in. Oni, welcome to the stream, first into the chat. And welcome in, everybody. I'll do a live commentary throughout the course of the race. We've done this for numerous Truck, Xfinity, and Cup races this season. We got it again for the Cup Series, a highly anticipated one. Probably the most anticipated road course race on the schedule. Rain threatening in the area. They are starting with the rain tires, I believe. Damp racetrack. It is currently raining. Not too hard at the moment. We'll have to see how that will fluctuate throughout the course of the race. They're on their pace laps right now. Hard to tell if they're going green this time or not. No, they're not. The lights are on the pace car. Tyler Reddick will be starting on the pole in this one. Kyle Larson will start outside pole in second. Favorites in the race, at least my favorites to win today's race. Kyle Busch starting in row 2. Chase Elliott back in row 4. My pick to win is Kyle Busch. Spencer Durham, welcome to the stream. Pick is Kyle. Second pick is Tyler Reddick. Yeah, Reddick looked very, very fast in qualifying indeed. Okay, so Mike Joy just a couple seconds ago, at least, has stated that they are going down pit road. They're checking times, obviously, right now, like they usually do for most races this season, with COVID going on. Surprised they're doing that even though they had practice. I don't remember them doing that beforehand when they would have practice. But anyway, they're going down onto pit road now. Now they will go down onto pit road next time as well. They will get to pick whether they want to start with rain tires or fresh tires. Now, because they have that option now, if for some reason the rain were to stop throughout the course of the race and then pick back up again, we will not see a caution like we did at the Daytona Road Course earlier this season. NASCAR has to keep it green by their rules, due to them getting the option to start on rain tires if they wish right now. William Byron is another one of the favorites, by the way. I didn't state. It does look like it's fairly dry on certain areas of the racetrack as well. Oh, what's going on? Okay, I was going to say it kind of froze on me there for a second. We don't want any of that, otherwise I can't do the live commentary. Commentary's always Keegan. FS1 volume muted. Thanks for that, Patrick. Welcome to the stream as well. Jamie McMurray, welcome to the stream. Really want AJ Allmendinger to win. AJ's got a good shot to win it as well. He'll be starting, again, 7th position. Great qualifying. Going through the front row right now, actually. Again, Byron Lagana will be inside row 3. Byron and Kyle Busch were the only two drivers that qualified in the top 5 and also ran top 5 in practice. Chase Elliott, he was top 5 in practice, but qualified 8th back in row 4. My guy, Ryan Blaney, will be starting it in the 9th spot. Christopher Bell, 10th as well. Both those guys were in the back half of the top 10 in practice. We'll probably see them run right around there most of the race, but we'll see. Remember Daytona Road Course. Christopher Bell got his first career win there. Kind of shocked everybody. Curious to see how he'll do here today. Drivers that we are expecting to not run so well that are usually confident drivers. Brad Keselowski starting outside the top 20. They've missed the ball on the setup in this race coming in. He doesn't have the greatest success on road courses outside of Watkins Glen. Expect Keselowski to not run well today. Denny Hamlin also missed the ball on setup, although he's got a lot better road course stats than what Keselowski has, especially recently. I don't trust Hamlin to finish inside the top 10, and Austin Dillon still trying to search for that first career top 10 finish on a road course in his Cup Series career. He is 0 for 15 coming into this race today. Hopefully he can get that 1-4 here, but I don't expect that to happen at a new road course nonetheless. Drivers who are sleeper picks, again, AJ Allmendinger, Austin Cindric. So basically just recap the pre-race all in about a couple minutes right there. We'll keep an eye on those drivers, those spotlight drivers, as we go to see how my picks stack up here today. Drivers in my fantasy lineup, I guess I can go into that now that the fantasy lineups are all locked up and ready to go. So comment down below who you have on your fantasy teams for today as well. Welcome everybody. We got 12 people already watching here in this one. DRG, welcome to the stream as well. I've got William Byron, Austin Cindric, Kyle Busch, Chase Elliott, and AJ Allmendinger as my starting 5 with my garage driver of Joey Logano to start today's race. I feel very confident with my picks. I'm telling you, I feel more confident this week than I think I have any other week to this point. And I won last week at Dover while at the racetrack, so we'll see how that's going to work. The live radar right now is showing that it is not currently raining hard. Again, there is some sprinkles in the area, but on the radar, it looks like there's some heavy dark green, yellowish coming in. As long as there's no lightning, these guys will race in the rain. And it looks like most of them are starting on the rain tires right now as well. 3.41 mile road course, 20 turns around this racetrack. It's going to be a lot of fun to see what's going to happen. Hope it pours, make it fun. We'll see. It might very well do that, and it's already a wild card race as it is as far as the regular season goes. It is a road course for one. It is a new road course. So a lot of those guys changing from So already seeing pit stops before the race even starts. Again, some teams are electing to go to those slick tires. We saw in the we saw in the Charlotte Roval race last season how much that those slick tires mean whenever you can run on them in dry pavement compared to road racing tires. They're at least 2 seconds of a lap, if not more of a difference. That's how Ty Dillon ended up winning a stage in that race, stage 1. Remember, the race started in the rain. It wasn't actually raining itself, but the track was very damp, so they started in rain tires. As the track started to dry up over time in stage 1, we saw Ty Dillon make the jump to slick tires early in the run, and everybody else stayed on those old tires. Costed Clint Boyer a chance to win the stage. A couple other drivers there that were towards the front that decided to stay out on those rain tires. So that will be the strategy call for the very beginning of this race. With heavy rain rolling in, we're probably going to be seeing pit stops before the end of stage 1, very easily before the end of stage 1. Does Cindric use his Xfinity Series team? As far as like crew members and stuff go, I'm not sure how that works exactly. Because I think most weeks they usually have like the 12, the 2, or the 22 Cup team pit for them. He's got his own pit crew this week as far as that goes. Crew chiefing and everything else, I'm not sure exactly, honestly. I just know he's in the 33 car. It's the 4th Penske car. That's about all I know. Patrick's lineup: Reddick, Cindric, Allmendinger, Elliott, Bell, Bowman. Yeah, I thought about putting Bowman in the garage. I really thought about it. I put Logano in there because, I mean, let's be honest, Logano is one of the more underrated drivers in NASCAR. I know he's a championship, but a lot of people diss on him. He's good. He's really good. He's a good road course racer, too. Gosh darn it. I was just wondering why the NASCAR officials were talking to Todd Gordon. They tried a little sneaky move there. Ryan Blaney has to drop to the rear all of a sudden on the pace laps. All they were allowed to do during the pit stops was change tires, whether they wanted to start in the slick tires or whether they wanted the rain tires on the car. They took some tape off the front grille of the race car as well, and that was an unapproved body modification, body adjustment there. So that's why Blaney goes from 9th to the rear at the start. Not good in what could be a rain race, which is already raining at the racetrack on the pace lap. Last thing you want to do is start at the back, because you know there's probably going to be carnage in the middle of it. So not good for him starting at the rear, that's for sure. Lineup is Kyle Busch, Reddick, Elliott, Cindric. Okay, yeah, those are good guys to have in your lineup. Again, my predictions, the 3 guys that I think are going to compete for the win ultimately at the end of the race will be Kyle Busch, Chase Elliott, and William Byron. I think were the 3 guys I was debating really on Kyle Busch and Elliott. I went with Kyle Busch. simply because the extra mainly because of the extra track time he's had this weekend versus a lot of other guys. I think Elliott's road racing abilities will keep him up towards the front, put him in contention, but ultimately I've got Kyle Busch going into victory lane. Remember, Kyle Busch won at the Busch Clash earlier this season as well on the Daytona Road Course. With Blaney dropping to the rear, that will move Kevin Harvick to start inside the top 10. He'll be starting 9th now instead of 11th. Again, Reddick and Larson, a couple of drivers with some dirt racing background, will be on the front row. A couple more turns to go. They'll be going green. It looks like the rain is really picking up on their pace laps right here. This is going to be very interesting to watch, to say the least, when those pit stops are going to come here in stage 1. Who is Tilly? Just some road course racing regular, I guess. 16 people watching. Here we go. Have a great day in fantasy. Indeed, everybody that is playing the fantasy game. Again, you can join. Search KRC League on the NASCAR mobile app or website. Sign up with your email. It's free. Chance to win 2 tickets if you win the season championship or the playoff championship to any race of your NASCAR choosing in 2022. I will buy them for you and try to make it out myself as well. Excluding the Daytona 500. There's a lot of drivers getting a very unpredictable start with everybody on slicks. Everybody in their ponchos are standing up for a packed crowd on the front stretch. The green flag is in the air at Circuit of the Americas. Who will win the inaugural Cup race here, as Tyler Reddick will lead the field to the green? We're racing in the rain, and Kyle Larson already spins his tires on the initial start. Busch tried to get to the outside, couldn't do it as they fan 3 wide, further back, nearly 4 wide as they enter into that uphill slope into turn 1. Couple cars going wide. Bowman slides the tires further back on the curbing. Ross Chastain's very wide, gaining a couple positions. And it's Austin Cindric who has the lead through the first couple turns, with William Byron up to second. Allmendinger from 7th to 3rd as they single file through the S's. Rain is coming down a little bit harder as we continue through lap 1. Cindric with the lead. Byron, Allmendinger, Reddick holding up Logano, and Larson, who are side by side now for 4th. Every corner so treacherous. So far, all 40 cars have made it through the first couple turns with no damage, really, that we have seen out of any race car. Nobody went around for a spin either. Matt DiBenedetto goes a little wide. He loses about 4 or 5 spots further back in the pack. He's now outside the top 15. Cindric is already pulling away from Byron. Allmendinger to the inside of Byron through this tight corner in the middle of the racetrack. As they're side by side for second, Byron beats him back to the gas. Big stack up middle of the pack. You do not want to be back there on restarts, especially with this wet weather. Logano was able to get around Larson and Reddick up to 4th. He's closing in on Allmendinger on this opening lap that has almost come to a complete. Lap times are about 1.5 minutes in length. A little over 1.5 minutes in length, but they're going to be much slower in the race compared to where they were in qualifying, because it was dry in qualifying earlier today. The lap times will likely pick up a little bit, I'd have to assume, once they get rain tires. And I wonder if anybody's going to make a pit stop here on lap 1. It's very well possible. Some drivers I've noticed have their windshield wipers on towards the front of the field, but a lot of drivers do not have them on yet. Not getting much of a spray off the cars behind them in traffic, as the track isn't quite that wet yet. no real standing water anywhere on the racetrack as Joey Logano ducks onto pit road. So does Martin Truex Jr. So a couple of the top 10 drivers are already coming into the pits on lap 1. We're seeing some green flag stops with drivers taking rain tires that they just took off on the pace laps. Chase Elliott, one of the favorites, also coming into the pits. Truex is still on the racetrack and 3 wide with Kyle Busch and Tyler Reddick into turn 1. Costed Truex a spot as he had to get on the brakes maybe a little extra. Kyle Larson rips around him. Also, Larson carries that momentum into the S's, getting by Reddick in the 8. Michael McDowell's quickly closed inside the top 10 as well. He also finished in the top 10 on the Daytona Road Course earlier this season. Very good road course racer. He finished top 10 on the Daytona Road Course last year as well. So 2 top 10s for McDowell in the last 3 road races in the Cup Series as he roars around Christopher Bell on the outside in that corner. Cindric's pulling away. Able to disable, welcome to the stream. But Wallace has already cracked the top 10 as well, not known for being a great road course racer. Also 0 top 10s in his Cup Series career. A lot smaller sample size than, say, Austin Dillon. But another driver to see if he can crack the top 10. It would be his first of the year for 23XI and that organization as well. And to do it on a rainy road course day, I'm sure that would be a huge, huge win for that program. Allmendinger is slowly closing in on Austin Cindric. He's down to about 2.5 seconds off the lead already after Cindric led lap 1. Mentioned in the pre-race as well that we could very well see a non-Cup Series regular win here today. Simply Allmendinger and Cindric having that track position, starting inside the top 10 with the qualifying and the practice. But how much of an advantage are those guys that pitted on lap 1 with the rain tires going to get versus these guys still on slicks out towards the front of the field, likely running a much slower pace? Oh, Larson goes way wide. So does Bell. Bell about spins out trying to get back onto the racing groove. Wallace gains a couple more spots there. McDowell working on Bell as well for 7th. Larson was somehow able to stay in 4th. He never lost a spot despite going really wide. A lot of hard braking zones around this racetrack. Cindric stays out of the pits again. Allmendinger will come on to pit road 2.5 seconds off the lead. Again, he was in 2nd place. Surprised Cindric is staying out there in front. Must be liking the handling of the race car. Pit crews are very slow rounding the car too with these wet conditions. Something else that I don't feel like the broadcast has really touched on a whole lot this week. They are almost creeping around the race car, trying not to slip while carrying those heavy tires. So pit stops are naturally going to be a lot slower today as well. That could come into play during the stage breaks, during any cautions we have throughout the course of today's action. Cindric's got nearly a 6-second lead on Kyle Busch already. Now, granted, we've had a couple drivers, Byron and A.J. Allmendinger, who were in between the 18 and the 33, already come to pit road. How about Josh Bilicki inside the top 15 right now? He started at the rear in the Rick Ware Racing car. Almost some contact. And a battle for position between Larson and Truex. Larson goes wide again. Same corner he did on the last lap, struggling for grip, trying to pick the throttle back up again. Loses not only 1 spot to Truex, but Bubba Wallace is able to get on by to 4th place as well. Truex slides a little bit wide as well, and Wallace starts to close in. He's got a great run, looking to get around him for position. McDowell really trying to set up Larson as well. They're side by side for 5th place, just tiptoeing around these corners. I'd have to assume the curbing is a lot more wet than the actual racing pavement with the way the lines are painted on there. Cause a huge lack of grip, and I think that's why you're seeing some guys run very, very wide. Using that excess pavement, not so much using the curbing. when trying to get around this racetrack. Joey Beck, welcome to the stream. R6R6, welcome as well. 18 people watching currently in the chat. Again, doing a live commentary of the race. We do these from time to time. 5th race, I believe we've done it for the Cup Series. Like, share, and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. We do some NASCAR video games as well. If you're new, with a live, realistic broadcast for full races there as well. And my young journey to becoming a broadcaster in the sport of NASCAR. More of the leaders are on pit road. Cindric again stays out of the pits. Many of the others behind him come down. Larson, Kyle Busch. Looks like McDowell stays on the racetrack. So does Truex, Wallace, Stenhouse inside the top 5. Priest 6, Chastain 7. So the running order has changed a ton in these opening 4 laps. And remember, only 15 laps in stage 1. That could be a strategy as well for Cindric, who has stayed out of the pits and now has almost a 9.5 second lead already, is if it doesn't rain too much more. Can Cindric take care of those slick tires, maybe save an extra set of rain tires for later in the race? He's got that time to give up. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, he's already 30-plus seconds ahead of drivers that have already pitted for those rain tires. It'll be curious to see if they can close in. Fox goes to a commercial break, but they are running the side-by-side coverage. So already, we're only going to have about 10 laps to go in Stage 1 this time by. Black Ace. Music Vibes, welcome to the stream as well. Answer all comments. Thanks. Personal assist. Yeah, I tried to look at the chat as much as I can during commercial breaks and cautions. Sorry if I miss you guys, but I just don't want you to spoil anything in the chat, mainly because I watch on Hulu. So there's not only a delay there, but there's also an automatic 30-second delay from the words I'm saying to what you guys are hearing in your ears also. William Byron is currently the leader in 9th place of drivers on rain tires. And remember, he was one of the drivers that came down on lap 1. Him and Logano came in that first lap of the race. They didn't even run a full lap before pitting. There's a lot of mist in the air as well. Some fog almost kind of densing up in some areas of the racetrack. You can really see the rain and the wet misting off the back of the race cars as well, which we did not see that the first couple laps. It just goes to show how much water is already on the racetrack. Almirola, I believe, might be on slick still as Kyle Busch goes around him. So does Joey Logano for position inside the top 10 as Almirola fades back. So as my indications, I believe there are 9 drivers that are still on slick tires, and the rest are already on rain tires. Some of the road course ringers towards the front, like Cindric, McDowell, inside the top 5, have not yet pit. Chastain, Ty Dillon now come to pit road, leaving just 7 drivers. Rain indeed. Diamond Jeff, welcome to the stream. Thought it was at 3:30. Nope, race started at 2:30 today. 2:43 was the drop of the green flag. Bubba Wallace started the race on rain tires. Thank you for that, Patrick. Yeah, I'm listening to the broadcast a little bit, but it's hard with me talking over it to catch up on everything. So that was a great call by Bubba Wallace and that crew. I was wondering how he was getting around those guys. So Wallace should be able to cycle through as the leader then. That could be a great job to get a stage. And remember, he did win a stage at Talladega earlier this year as well. So Cindric is simply just trying to take this as long as he can. Him and his crew chief are monitoring how much those drivers are gaining on rain tires, and they're only a half a second quicker. That's just the amazing pace that Cindric has on these road courses, even with slick tires in the rain. Remember, he's got nothing to lose. He's not running for points in the Cup Series. He's just running for seat time experience, and boy, can't get much more experience than an unknown racetrack in the rain in a Cup car, and he is definitely putting on a show early on, leading the first 4 laps. Completed laps, at least. Hail TD, welcome to the stream. Wrong stream. Well, welcome anyway. Bowman is not in the top 20, at least, on the leaderboard from what Fox is showing right now. But again, not every driver has pitted for the rain tires. So it's hard to trust the actual running order completely right now. Cindric is coming into the pits right now at lap 5. He'll surrender the lead. See if Martin Truex Jr. comes to pit road as well. Maybe McDowell. Was he the last driver? Well, Truex has rain tires because he's got the white tread. That's the difference on how you're able to really tell is whether it is the white lettering or it is the yellow lettering. Excuse me. The yellow lettering is the slick tires. Actually interesting. Yes, broadcasting the live commentary of the Cup race for those of you that are either unable to watch it or would rather listen to my commentary. Jeremiah Smith, welcome to the stream. Yep, Cindric is in the pits. He is just exiting pit road. Cindric has cycled back to about 6th place, so his picker had a very fast pit stop. Out ahead of the likes of Kyle Busch, William Byron, Logano, Elliott, Allmendinger, all the guys he was pretty much racing ahead of. Only guys he is... Oh, sorry, the leaderboard just updated. Leaderboard didn't update there immediately. Never mind, he's behind all those guys I just stated. So yes, the top 3 are on rain tires. They have that big advantage over Stenhouse in 4th on back. This is huge for a guy like Bubba Wallace, who is on the outside of the playoff cut line. He was 58 points below the cutoff line coming into this race today. He needs all the points he can get and great runs. Hopefully going forward they can start to get top 10s for that team because they have ran pretty much consistently from about outside the top 10 to 20th the whole season. If they're going to want to make the playoffs, they're going to have to take a step up, and at least early on, they're taking a huge step up. We'll see if he can hang on. He's actually staying right with Michael McDowell in that battle for second as Martin Truex Jr. leads. Green Bay Packers would be my favorite NFL team on there. This is really the first time we've seen the Cup Series drivers race in the rain. Now, I know it was wet during the Charlotte Roval last season, but it was damp at the start, and then it dried up by the end of Stage 1. And then the Daytona Road Course, it sprinkled a little bit, but everybody stayed on the slick tires. There wasn't enough rain to warrant rain tires for anybody. This is really the first time we've seen the Cup Series race in a race on the rain. They had practiced and qualified before in the rain, but not actually race like they are right now. Cindric with those couple lap fresher tires plus just the road course prowess he brings to this 33 team today has ran down Logano for position. They battle for 7th. Truex has just over a second lead on Michael McDowell. Wallace has now slipped back a little bit. He's about 3.5 seconds off the race lead. Then big gap back to 4th where Stenhouse, Priest, both the JTG cars, likely on the same strategy, are running. They're about 15.5 to 16 seconds back, at least to Stenhouse, another 3 seconds behind him to get to Priest. So everything is really spaced out because of those green flag pit stops in Stage 1, but nothing is easy for these drivers, again, in this wet weather. Fox is just going to another commercial break. We'll see if they go side by side again. Nope. Fox is not going side by side. So this is the point of the stream where I Definitely try to look at the chat if you're just tuning in. Mr. Space, welcome to the stream. Change my name. Used to be XX. Okay, well, thanks. Welcome on in. Nice name change. Yeah, comment your questions, maybe your predictions on the race. I saw some of your guys' predictions, your fantasy teams a little bit earlier. If you're new, again, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Still got NASCAR Heat 5 on the action later on tonight as well. Yes, I'm promoting my own channel a little bit, but I can't. It's my channel. But anyway, we'll be racing for the Xfinity Series at Talladega later tonight on the channel for the career mode. Next race there. We're in Season 2 of the Xfinity Series on the career mode. Again, full race live streams there with a realistic broadcast. Again, building up my young broadcasting career. So that's why we do these streams from time to time. Of course, I've gone to the track. I went to Talladega and Dover over the last few weeks. Going to Charlotte again next week. So you haven't seen as many as what we did at the start of the year. I think from race 2 to 6, we were doing it consistently at the Cup Series. Then we did the trucks and the Xfinity a couple weeks after that. So we'll keep flip-flopping it. Weeks I'm not at the racetrack, I will be doing that going forward. I think the trucks race next weekend at Charlotte, if I'm right. If the trucks race Friday night next week, we might do that. And no guarantees. I don't know if I'm leaving Friday night after work or Saturday morning yet to go to Charlotte. You just have to wait and see. What if Cindric wins the race? He's got a good car. I mean, well, again, a lot of it isn't the car when it's raining in the weather. Really, the driver talent is on full display today. And Cindric is proving that right now because a couple lap fresher tires in the rain isn't really making much of a difference here, and he's still passing guys. Surprised more drivers didn't start in the rain knowing that they have the radars and that rain has to be coming. Hit that like button as well if you're watching right now. We've had consistently about 20 people watching this stream. Currently only 7 likes. Drive it up there. Get these streams and videos recommended under other related NASCAR content on YouTube. Fox is back from the break, by the way. And we have a caution for the first time today. Daniel Suarez is stalled out on the racetrack as he has one of the push trucks behind him. So it looks like we haven't missed much because of the yellow. Tough break for that Trackhouse team. Oh, yeah, they're showing the in-car cam. Something is wrong with the shifter on Daniel Suarez's race car that caused it to stall out. I mean, he had both hands on the shifter trying to shift it, and it wasn't shifting. I guess according to Suarez that the gear locked in neutral. Justin Marks being a pretty good road course racer, you would have had to expect that team was going to have speed on a road course this weekend. Definitely a tough break for them early on. Yeah, he was wheel hopping, but problems with the gearing, that's for sure. Remember that Fox also stated that they had changed the transmission earlier this morning after practice yesterday. So, looks like there's some issues with the new transmission as well with that number 99 team. Martin Truex Jr. is going to come to pit road from the lead. Kyle Busch, Ryan Preece also going to top off. And a lot of it is going to be fuel strategy here with these guys pitting because what Larry McReynolds just stated, they can make it on fuel to the end of stage 2 by pitting right now, so they won't have to pit at the stage break. So it looks like 4 fresh tires, full tank of fuel for most of these drivers around the racetrack. Looks like a chassis adjustment on the 16 of AJ Allmendinger. On pit road, didn't see if there was any other chassis adjustments right out of the blue right there. Austin Dillon came into his box as Kyle Busch was exiting. They almost ran into one another. Martin Truex Jr. will win the race off pit road, followed by Bell and Kyle Busch. Not sure who stayed out of the pits quite yet. Fox is going to another commercial break. So one caution already today for incident. Daniel Suarez stalls out on the racetrack with his car getting caught in neutral. Man, there were cars racing inside, outside to get around him too. That was a dangerous spot for him to stall out. Goals 155 likes last year. I'll tell you what, man, if we got that many likes on this stream, that would be awesome. They are racing at Nashville this year. Nashville Super Speedway, at least not the fairgrounds. Again, they're working on hopefully trying to get a race there in the future. That's a short track. Concrete 1.33 mile oval, though. They will be racing there. I will be there Father's Day weekend as well. A lot of the NASCAR YouTube community is going to be there. Couple questions. When are you doing online lobbies on stream again? Will you ever stream at the track? As far as streaming at the track goes, I likely will not stream at the track. At least, I might do, a pre-race maybe there, but the Wi-Fi, for those of you that might have been to a NASCAR race before or have not been, most racetracks you don't get good signal at all, especially as COVID is breaking up now. Finally, and we're getting more fans at the racetrack. That's more people on maybe a local Wi-Fi internet, more people in general in the area using internet. It's going to automatically make things so slow. Dover actually last week had very good had very good internet access. Honestly, Dover has had probably the best internet access of any track I've gone to so far. Michigan's terrible with it every time we go there. Talladega, both times I've been there now. Once just a couple weeks ago when they were running the spring race, terrible internet access. So the likelihood of streaming, not going to be good. I guarantee we will lag out if I did that. Goal is always 20 likes for now. Oh, for 155 likes from last year. What about data? Yeah, again, you can use data, but it's just so slow. See, a lot of these tracks are nearby cities at least, or next to, like Atlanta is about 10 miles south, Charlotte is about 10 miles east, so they're not necessarily, they're in the open so you can have a 1.5 mile track, a 2 mile track, because you can't just take up 2 miles of the city and put the track in the city. Most tracks aren't necessarily there. There are some exceptions. Indianapolis is in a very rural area. Dover actually was, and I was surprised about that. Trying to think what other tracks I've been to that kind of are. I guess Chicagoland kind of was, but it's, again, on the outskirts. Similar to Atlanta and Chicagoland both. They were near a very big city, but they weren't actually in, the downtown area or something or anywhere in an area where there was a lot of internet access. It was in the open. I mean, it's like if I were to drive out into the middle of the country outside of town, I probably wouldn't get as good of internet as when I'm in town trying to use my 4G. I mean, that's just the case right there. Gabe Delgado, welcome to the stream. Michael McDowell, Bubba Wallace will be on the front row. Stenhouse and Cindric will be in row 2 on this restart. We had a lot of drivers stay out of the pits there. Very few pitted. The top 15 drivers all stayed out of the pits, with Truex winning the race off pit road. He restarts 16, so a lot of guys trying to take advantage of track position. That is going to be a huge name of the game here. They're looking for stage points. They'll have to pit at the stage break. Green flag back in the air. 6 laps to go in stage 1 at Circuit of the Americas as they roar into the first turn. Look at Briscoe tucking it 3 and 4 wide further back. 4 wide for second place behind McDowell. Wallace goes wide. Cindric gets into him as they just work back onto the racetrack before heading out into the grass. Wallace lost a couple spots with that 4 wide move. Logano was able to gain a bunch of spots on the inside with that dive bomb. He's up to second. McDowell pulls away by about a second, looking to win a stage. Remember, he is in the playoffs with that win in the Daytona 500. How about another playoff point for Michael McDowell to maybe make a dream season come even more to life as the season progresses? maybe making a deep playoff run perhaps. Matt DiBenedetto's worked himself inside the top 10 as well after kind of faltering on that initial start. He's up to 8th. Chase Briscoe, remember he won at the Indianapolis Road Course last season, and Hamlin has spun. Gets it back going. We stay green, but he falls outside the top 25. Remember, he was one of those drivers I told you guys not to put in your lineup. I thought he was going to struggle today. All three of those guys I told you to stay away from coming into this race are all running outside the top 20. So far I'm right. I know it's stage 1. It's still very early. A lot could happen, but take my advice when you can when it comes to your fantasy teams. Logano still within a second of Michael McDowell with Cindric right on Logano's tail. And then a gap back to Byron, who has just gotten around Stenhouse. Kurt Busch, who you don't think of as an absolutely great road course racer, is inside the top 10. Remember, he got a top 5 at the Daytona Road Course earlier this season. Logano now has caught McDowell as they battle for position in the closing corners of this lap. They'll be coming to 5 to go in the stage. Michael McDowell began his career racing open wheel, originally trying to go up through the ranks there. That has proven why he is just such a good road course racer. And the speed that 34 team has had this season compared to others, coming to a road course anytime this year is going to be huge. Remember, our next road course race is in 2 weeks at Sonoma. Go back to an oval for the Coke 600 next week, then they're back on a road course again. Look for McDowell to... he has a great chance to have maybe an 8 top 10 season. He's already got 4 of them this year. That's very well possible. Logano looking to make the pass, trying to show he's got the better race car. How much will he push the issue here early? Logano looking for a playoff point as well. And Cindric is closing in now. McDowell may be holding up Logano a little bit. And that's the problem with being the race leader and it raining this hard on the racetrack. The race leader is going to be the first driver to hit that wet pavement. As the traffic starts to flow through, you can maybe follow some tired tracks of other drivers. But in the just over 2 minutes it's going to take from probably the last place car, especially on the restarts, getting to the lead car, it's a lot of time for a heavy downpour to weten that racetrack even more. No tire tracks for the leader of the 34, but again, tire tracks behind. Big point of emphasis there as well. Logano again into a hard braking zone, looking for the lead. McDowell running a little wide, spins the tires a little bit. Logano slides up in front of him, and Joey Logano will take his first lead of the race. Came close to winning the Daytona Road Course, got passed with 2 laps to go by the eventual winner, Christopher Bell. And that one, Logano picking up where he left off, a second place run there. Leads with 5 laps to go, less than 5 to go now in stage 1. Onto the longest straightaway of the racetrack now. McDowell going wide again. Might be intentional. That might be his racing line. It doesn't look like he's sliding the tires when he goes super wide like that. McDowell closes in a lot in that corner, really pushing the car hard. That was the finishing corner of the racetrack off of turn 20. Onto this uphill starting downhill, then going uphill towards the start-finish line. Into that tight turn 1 now, and that's where Logano's really able to pull him. That's the difference here between a Front Row Motorsports Ford and a Penske Ford, is that the horsepower. I know everybody has 750 horsepower, but it's the straightaway speed, and that's what really costs these smaller teams on the ovals. With the road course, you have less straightaway, but there are some long straightaways around Circuit of the Americas, and that's where Logano was really able to pull away from McDowell there. Those tight, windy turns, that's where McDowell's going to have the advantage, and where all these smaller teams with maybe better road course talent, maybe a better setup, can gain the advantage on the bigger teams. It's like Kyle Busch slid the tires, almost nosed it into that guardrail off the exit of whatever corner he was on. Hard to tell what part of the racetrack, especially with this being a newer course. For myself, not too familiar with watching F1. I have watched one COTA race in F1 a couple years ago. Really nice addition Fox has added for all three races this weekend is adding a track map on the upper right-hand corner of the screen, showing you at all times where the leader is at on the racetrack when they break away from them, as well as other cars on the racetrack also. Somebody else to maybe keep an eye on as well would be Eric Jones in the number 43. He ran in the top 10 for most of the Daytona Road Course race earlier this season. He is already up to 14th right now after starting towards the back for RPM. Also, Eric Jones, as we have a spin on the racetrack towards the back of the pack. Garrett Smithley in the 53 for Rick Ware Racing. He's just gone around, but he'll be able to keep those tires spinning, and he will get back onto the racetrack. They'll be coming to 3 laps to go as Logano gets off of turn 20 once again. He is pulled about 2.5 seconds ahead of Michael McDowell. Austin Cindric has also lost time from race leader Joey Logano. He's about 4.5 seconds off the lead, and he's actually losing McDowell now too. Top 10 runs like this. Again, Logano with the lead, McDowell second, Austin Cindric third, William Byron fourth, Kurt Busch rounds out the top 5, Matt DiBenedetto, pretty good road course racer, 6th, Chase Briscoe, another decent road course racer, 7th, Kyle Larson back to 8th, Chris Buescher, 9th, Ross Chastain rounds out the top 10. As long as Logano can just keep his car on the racing groove without sliding the tires too much, he should stay in front of McDowell. He must have slid on those first couple corners, but again, that is where McDowell's able to gain, is kind of through the S's, through those windy corners where there's not a lot of on-throttle time. You get into these long straightaways like they're on right now, and that's where Logano's just able to pull away, and that's just the equipment difference, not so much the driver difference between the 34 and the 22 right now, but McDowell's doing a great job. I mean, he's lost time. Corey LaJoie in the 7 has gone off course as well, having to recorrect it and get back on. We're going to be seeing spins all day long. The only time that would warrant a caution for anybody spinning, if it's maybe on a restart in very congested traffic, cars are in a dangerous situation trying to get around them, or they stall out like Daniel Suarez did in the middle of the racetrack. It obviously has to warrant a caution there because they're literally just sitting there. They can't keep going. Little off topic. This is only adding into the anticipation for the next NASCAR game. I want the ability to race in the rain in a NASCAR video game. Comment in the chat below if you agree with me on that. Ooh. Heated exchange between Austin Cindric and his crew chief on the strategy of whether they pit at the stage break or whether they pit right now, and they told him to stay out. I think Cindric was leaning on wanting to pit, considering that they're not running for points, they're not running for owners' points or driver points. Cindric's definitely maybe losing the handling of his race car a little more. Kurt Busch has now caught him in a battle for third. Kurt Busch, another driver outside the cutoff line coming into this race. He needs all the points he can get. So currently sitting in fourth place. Looking to pass Cindric for third. This could be huge. Pit road is closed, by the way, with 2 laps to go in the stage. About a lap and a half left now for Joey Logano. McDowell's still within about a second and a half. DiBenedetto, who comes in, last driver in on points for the playoffs, right behind. Oh, and he gets into the back of the 24. DiBenedetto slides the tires, heavy damage now after running into the right rear of William Byron, trying to check up before getting onto this long straightaway, that hairpin-like corner. Heavy damage on the left front of the 21 and the right rear of the 24. He locked the tires up, and in the rain, especially, that is just a no-go. That just destroyed both race cars. We stay green. They were able to keep their cars straight. Just a lot of damage. I don't know how Byron didn't spin out after just getting shot in that right rear going into a left-hand corner like that. And not only that left front was locked, but it looks like it's rubbing on the fender as well, the 21. Meanwhile, there was a pass for third during that. Kurt Busch was able to get around Austin Cindric. Trying to get away from him now. Kurt Busch on the move. Keselowski goes around. He spun a couple times at the Daytona Road Course earlier this season. One of the drivers I expected not to have a good run today, and he is well outside the top 20. Drivers getting desperate here, trying to gain all the position they can, even if they're not in position to get stage points necessarily right now. Larson is able to get around William Byron for fifth as well. Byron likely is losing time. There it is. So the right rear is down on Byron's race car. Flat tire. He has to come to pit road, sacrificing stage points because he was in fifth. Tough break there for William. Final lap of the stage currently for Joey Logano as we have a little over half a lap to go now. Jonathan Everly, welcome to the stream. Wider TBH, welcome to the stream. Chaos but fun indeed, and we kind of expected that with the rain putting pressure. Looked like they couldn't get the jack up underneath the right side of Byron's race car. That tire was down to the rim. Less than a half a lap after that contact with DiBenedetto. DiBenedetto is still trying to hang on for stage points, it looks like right now. He is in ninth, and he's got about 3 seconds on Kyle Busch behind him, so maybe sacrificing some of those stage points when he was battling for a fifth, but better than nothing. Surprised his tire hasn't rubbed quite like Byron's has as well, though, with staying out. Eric Jones continues on the move. Watching him throughout the field, he's in 11th. Logano's got about 2.5 seconds on Michael McDowell. Oh, Ross Chastain spins. In 8th place, loses a spot to the 21 of DiBenedetto. It's another spot there for Dibby. Chastain below the cutoff line, also looking for stage points. No surprise that the guys with stage points are the guys that took the track position game there by staying out during that only caution of stage 1. And Chastain again gets back to Benedetto. DiBenedetto's got to be slow with that left front tire. The damage around it, at least. Two more turns to go for Joey Logano. No pressure anymore behind him. Cindric and Larson battling it out for fourth now. Regular season points still on the line as well. Even for those drivers with a win. Ryan Luster, welcome to the stream. Chase is just outside the top 10 right now. Stage 1 will come to an end. Joey Logano will win it with Michael McDowell second, followed by Kurt Busch. Fox is probably going to cut to a commercial before the top 10 can cycle through, knowing how spread apart the field is there. Cindric by a nose just beat Larson for... Or sorry, no, that was Buescher. So Joey Logano again wins stage 1. I'll go through the stage order here in a couple seconds. Daryl, welcome to the stream. The most boring. How is this boring, Daryl? Entertaining so far, I think. Dirt Tracking 31 Gaming, welcome to the stream. Is anybody wrecked or DNF'd yet? Nobody. Daniel Suarez is out of the race currently. He had a transmission failure. His car got locked in neutral, stalled out on the racetrack, warranting the only caution so far. Heavy damage on the 24 and the 21 after DiBenedetto there with a couple laps to go on the stage, battling Byron for 5th at the time, slid the tires through the rain into the back of Byron. Byron had heavy damage on the right rear. Byron had to pit for a flat right rear. The left front held up at least for DiBenedetto to finish out the stage. He finishes 10th, did lose a lot of time. Both cars with heavy damage as well. Looks like a slow motion film. I get that. They're not going at the high speeds, of course, with it raining outside, but you can't blame them for it. Chase needs to be more aggressive. It's very early. Every driver's trying to get a feel. Again, the Cup Series has never actually raced in the rain while it's raining during race conditions outside of practice and maybe a qualifying session as well throughout the years on rain tires, but not an actual race while it's raining, while they have the rain tires on while it's raining. And with this being a new course, everybody's trying to be patient, but Logano on the attack early, wins stage 1. So Pontiac Rail Productions, welcome to the stream also. So again, I'll go through the stage results. Let me get that pulled up real quick. Means Fox couldn't score it all before they had to go to a commercial break as soon as Logano crossed the start-finish line. Joey Logano wins stage 1. Michael McDowell will finish second in the stage. Good run for him. Kurt Busch third. Kyle Larson fourth. Austin Cindric rounded out the top 5 by a nose over Chris Buescher, who finished 6th. Buescher in that 17 car has shown a lot of speed this season. Remember, Buescher has won on a road course in the Xfinity Series. He got a win at Mid-Ohio a few years back in the number 60 car. So look out for Buescher, perhaps. Chase Briscoe, also has a win on a road course in the Xfinity Series. He is currently 7th. Ross Chastain 8th. Kyle Busch 9th, and Matt DiBenedetto again rounded out the top 10. Notable drivers who are outside the top 10, drivers that we stated in the pre-race. Chase Elliott, one of the favorites for today, coming in is 12th currently. Another one of the favorites, perhaps, at least sleeper picks, maybe A.J. Allmendinger fell back to 19th there midway through the stage with the pit strategy, a bad restart as well. Warranted into that. Drivers that were all don't-haves are all outside the top 20. Drivers I told you not to put in your fantasy lineups that I thought would struggle today. Keselowski 22nd, Hamlin 24th, and Austin Dillon 25th. And again, the only DNF is Daniel Suarez. Justin Haley is also 3 laps down now for Spire Motorsports. He is likely out of the race as well. Now, Byron will not get to restart ahead of these guys at pit at the stage break because he had to pit in the final 2 laps of the stage when it was closed, so he'll likely end up having to restart at the tail end of the longest line. They'll probably go to work on that right rear as well, as long as they keep him on the lead lap, which they should be able to do with it being a road course. This could be interesting to see how that goes going forward. Inside Uranus, welcome to the stream. Cody Ware currently running top 40. That's impressive. And he's already outlasted 2 cars that seem to be out. Austin Cindric is going to be the first driver to come to pit road, followed by DiBenedetto, who has damage, no surprise there, and a couple others outside the top 10. Everybody that pitted during that caution is going to end up staying out right here. Main issue is fuel, not so much tires. The tires aren't going to wear too much in the rain. in the wet, the really only time you see these tires start to chunk over a long run is if there are dry spots on the racetrack, which we do not see that with the current rain in progress. So more rain tires being thrown on by a lot of these crews right now. So they're having to creep out of their pit boxes quite a bit. Yeah, NBA playoffs started. Yeah, I expected Hamlin not to run well. He didn't look very fast in practice in the rain, and then didn't qualify well either. Qualified outside the top 15. They just did not bring their best stuff to the racetrack. Same with Truex. So Briscoe wins the race off pit road, but these guys are all going to restart well outside the top 10. Again, these are drivers that did not pit during the during the caution back at lap 7 in the stage. It's a fuel issue, really. This is a 3.41 mile road course again. Everybody that pitted during that caution will be able to make it on field to the end of stage 2. 17 laps will be in the second stage. 15 were in stage 1. Austin Cindric sounded like Danica. Dude, I'll tell you what. Austin Cindric was yelling at his crew. I mean, he was firm. Which, you got to understand, though, too, out of Cindric's perspective, he wanted to know what the strategy was. Were they going to pit there? Were they going to pit under green? Ended up really looking like it didn't matter too much because he lost that track position anyway because not too many cars came to pit road. So he would have either lost it under green or he would have lost it under yellow. So I guess it didn't matter. In hindsight, back at the time, I thought he should have pitted, but hindsight, it looked like it didn't matter whether he pitted or not. He was going to have to pit anyway. Calling it now, Denny Hamlin will win. BK second, Austin Dillon third, just because those were the don't haves I had. Told you guys not to start them. They're all outside the top 20 right now, I'm telling you. Make this man one of the commentators for the Xfinity races instead of the drivers. There we go. Well, the problem is I would be the play-by-play guy, or the lap-by-lap guy, and Adam Alexander, in my opinion, does a pretty good job, all things considered, especially with him having to work with different drivers every week. I give Adam Alexander a huge props. When he was covering the races for TNT there for a couple years doing the Cup races too, I thought he did a good job. Adam Alexander is probably the most underrated commentator in NASCAR right now. Like the Green Bay merch, yeah. I got to make this an all NASCAR room here eventually, especially when I get back from Charlotte next week. I'm hoping the race shops are open. I'm not sure if they are or not. Online, it said they were open last year. When I went through on the way to Darlington, they were closed. So I'll just have to wait and see in person. Unless any of you guys have been to Charlotte recently, have been to the race shops, can let me know down in the chat. Oh, I forgot to watch. I meant to watch Monaco today because it was on. Even though I don't actually watch F1, but I wanted to watch that. I forgot they moved it up a week because of COVID. What racetrack were they supposed to run this week that they didn't run, and they had to move Monaco up a week? That was the only reason they moved it up. Or they alternated like three or four different races on the schedule because of one of the tracks getting cut for COVID. Rain is cutting you in and out. The stream keep lagging. Oh, there's no rain at my house. It is 87 and sunny outside today. Beautiful golf weather earlier today. A little breezy, but good day at the golf course. It is supposed to rain here, I think, before the end of the race. At least there's a 55% chance. I guess it's overcast now, but hopefully I don't lose power as long as it's not like a huge thunderstorm. We should be all right. That would stink if I lost power. I wouldn't be able to watch the race. Well, I would watch it on my phone, I guess, but you guys wouldn't. The live stream would definitely cut out there. Not recent, but most likely COVID is easing up at Charlotte. Yeah, they're allowing 30,000 fans for the Coke 600 next week. Again, I will be one of those people. So if you guys end up seeing me there, call me out. You'll see a tall guy wearing Blaney stuff, with a beard, with a mullet. That would likely be me. F1's supposed to race at Bristol, but dude, could you imagine? Could you imagine open wheel anything that isn't modified? Bristol, I don't even know how that probably wouldn't even work with a concrete surface like that. How would like open wheel react on concrete racetracks? Stream is perfect. Thanks, Daryl. He's no Alan Bestwick. Hey, you got to figure though too. I don't have a color commentator to work with during these streams, so I'm literally having to do all the talking myself. I mean, I do the lap by lap stuff, but I have to break down, some of the color commentating abilities with these streams simply because I don't have that color commentator with me. Junaid Ahmed, welcome to the stream. Who will win? My pick coming into the race was Kyle Busch. Ran 8th at the end of stage 1, ninth at the end of stage 1 behind Chastain. I think he struggled a little bit when the rain was coming in, but he looked fast to qualify in practice. That team's been clicking. They won the Daytona Road Course earlier this season. He's had fast cars on the road courses, just not the best of luck with mechanical failures in recent years. So as long as he doesn't have a mechanical failure here, I think Kyle Busch will definitely contend for a win. Looking at the virtual track map that they have that they're showing right now, the way the uphill and the downhill elevation changes are, it almost looks like a roller coaster layout. 20 turns. F1 at Talladega, imagine the DRS. Jeez. There would be... I don't even think the engines could make it. Would the engines even make it? Not you, meant Adam Alexander. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I try to look at the chat when there's no green flag action. Not only I don't want to miss the live call, but might be a delay in the chat. Looks like I've been ahead of you guys, though, here today, so maybe Hulu's actually keeping up. Well, not ahead, but I think the delay of the chat helps out a lot. 25 people watching. That is as much as we've had so far watching. Again, like, share, and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Ashton G, welcome on into the stream, one of the rigs. Yeah, that track's definitely... Any short track really is made for modifieds and stock cars. Not cars held together by chewing gum. That's true, though. I mean, just the speeds that those cars go and how light open-wheel race cars are, like Indy cars and F1, I mean, that's just insane that they could go that fast and keep that kind of grip. I mean, same thing with stock cars, too, though. With NASCAR, at least, with how, heavy they are. How they don't slide more in the corners than what they already do is just amazing. Great car control. Joey Logano, Michael McDowell will be on the front row of the restart. Again, a lot of these guys stayed out. There were very few drivers that pitted during the stage break. Those were pretty much the only drivers that did not pit during the caution back in stage 1. Again, that caution was out for Daniel Suarez, stalling out on the racetrack. Thank you for doing this. Only way I can watch. Camper is hooked up. Gotcha. Yeah, the race is on Fox Sports 1 today. That's another big reason. We were doing the races when they were on the normal Fox channel this year, and I feel like the viewership wasn't as great, so I'm only doing them for the FS1 and the NBC Sports races, or USA Network whenever they end up going there as well, with NBC Sports shutting down. Green flag back in the air. Stage 2. Seeing everybody fan out pretty wide into turn 1. Michael McDowell spins the tires in that outside groove. Larson has to go high to miss him. So does Buescher down low. Kurt Busch almost gets into the back of Logano getting into turn 1. 3 wide for third. Larson goes a little wide with McDowell and Buescher underneath him. Cindric gains about, I don't even know how many spots, a handful of spots on the restart. He does have a little bit fresher tires, though, with pitting there. Oh, and Newman goes around, side by side into the S's with Chastain. Newman backs it into the inside wall lightly. He's in the grass. The car is sitting right now. Has to wait for the traffic to pass by before he can get back going. Newman was having a good day. He finished in the top 10 there, or restarted in the top 10, I should say. All that track position now lost. Allmendinger back inside the top 10 as well, up to 9th. Fell back on that restart back in stage 1. No contact between Chastain and Newman there, but just running side by side in the wet weather, getting into the S's. That was a no-go. Chastain on the outside, trying to outbrake both Buescher and Larson. He gets alongside of the 5 car. Hasn't cleared him yet, though. Kyle Busch, meanwhile, is going for third on Michael McDowell down this long straightaway. Again, that's where McDowell is struggling the most from what it's looked like, and that's just the lower funded teams versus the higher funded teams is that straightaway speed. Chastain is up to 5th. He did get around Chris Buescher. And Blaney goes around. Heavy contact. Right rear is down on Blaney's race car. He had to have gotten hit from somebody from behind because there is heavy damage on the 12 car. He was just about right around 9th or 10th. Christopher Bell. Heavy damage. He's getting out of the race car. That's got to warrant a caution. Caution is out. That is a huge, huge hit there for Bell and Blaney. Blaney's still on the racetrack. Bell climbs out of his car. Bubba Wallace involved. He's got heavy damage. Couple of the Toyotas. Kevin Harvick has heavy damage as well, also rolling. We're going to have to see a replay to see what happened there. Blaney and Bell were right around 10th when this happened, so that's likely where Wallace and Harvick were too. So at least 4 cars with heavy damage. Our second caution for incident today. Bell and Wallace are done for. Harvick and Blaney have heavy damage right now. So they're riding aboard with Harvick. Wow, Harvick just got drilled from behind. His rear tires came up off the ground. Man, that is a dangerous spot when those guys were spinning too. We need a better look at this replay. They haven't shown one yet. See exactly what happened. They were riding on board with Kevin Harvick, and you can just hear the rear tire, or you can see just out of the front view that the rear tires both came off the ground. He got hit so hard. No good replay of what happened there. Not because of the rain. Fox didn't look like they had a great camera shot of it. We'll see when they come back from the commercial break that they're going to right now if we're going to get a better angle. I hope we can get a better angle because that looked like a hard hit. Likely Bell got into the back of Harvick, and then Harvick likely turned into the outside wall with the front, and that's where that damage came from. And then the damage to the back of his car probably came from Bell. I'm just trying to figure out how Blaney and Bubba Wallace got involved into it. Bell had the most damage to the front of his car, so I'm going to guess he was the one that piled into Harvick, considering Harvick's rear tires were off the ground. But I'm just trying to figure out how Blaney and Bubba got involved, because Fox didn't have a good break there. Too many commercials. Yeah, that's a Fox problem right there. Hopefully the next TV contract they don't have as many commercials. Hopefully. $30 people watching down in the chat. Again, thanks for everybody tuning in. Our stream record is 64 that were watching during the Bristol Dirt Race earlier this season, the Truck Series race. Actually, we had more people for the Truck Race that day than what we did the Cup Race. But thanks for everybody tuning in. Like, share, subscribe. Road to 1,000 subs. Road to just NASCAR commentary in general. Again, that is the goal with this YouTube channel. Be vlogging at Charlotte Motor Speedway next week, more in-depth, hopefully. Again, hopefully I get that camera. That's the only reason I didn't go in-depth with Talladega and Dover the last couple weeks. I did get the race highlights, but having to use my potato camera on my phone. If you have a Moto Z4, by the way, the camera stinks on that. Do not trust the camera on that phone. The Galaxy has great cameras for their phones. A fire hydrant Fire hydrant pipe just broke by the grandstand's wedding fans. Jeez. Well, I mean, they were probably already drenched anyway because of the rain. And hopefully whoever's there brought their ponchos. But they're in for a show so far. An unpredictable one at least. And it has been unpredictable so far. Well, you do a live race commentary during the show. No, I can't. Again, the internet's... I go there to enjoy the race in person. I don't think people around me want to hear me talking the whole time. But I will have some live race footage, some live race highlights. Again, those videos from Talladega and Dover are on the channel already. If you haven't checked them out yet. Wow, Keselowski just missed Bell. That was a fast area of the racetrack. One of the longest straightaways that they were spinning on in the middle of... After all the contact with everybody. Fox is trying to piece all this together right now. They have some driver audio from everybody involved in the incident to try and piece it together. So what we know right now is Harvick was behind the 20 and the 12, so he likely got ran into from Bubba Wallace. I don't know. This is all... It's hard to keep up with because they don't have a clear image of the accident happening. We have the aftermath of when Blaney spun with the right rear tire being flat. And then there was an incident, or we have Harvick's in-car camera where the rear tires came up off the ground, slammed back down. He got slammed by, we still don't know exactly who. I believe maybe Bubba Wallace. I thought it was Christopher Bell, but I guess not. Yeah, back to the commercial. Under cautions, there could be all the commercials in the world as long as it's not during the pit stops. Austin Love, welcome to the stream. Go Blaney indeed. Not running so hot today. Well, he was in 10th. He was I think he was 9th on that last restart after starting at the rear, so he's worked his way towards the front. Obviously, that damage is probably going to hinder his progress. Don't forget to adjust your fantasy teams accordingly. They lock at the end of stage 2. And as of right now, drivers that have damage that are in my fantasy team, William Byron. So definitely going to have to take him out for the moment. He had contact from Matt DiBenedetto earlier. Outside of that, Chase Elliott's top 10, Kyle Busch top 10, Cindric's top 10, Logano's leading. AJ Allmendinger is... hopefully doesn't have damage. It's showing he's only got 12 points right now, so I'm guessing he probably pitted during this caution. Leave William Byron in. I have him out for the moment, but considering how he runs speed-wise the rest of the race, we'll see. Everyone will be missing fenders by the end. Yeah, that's definitely possible. If I was Bubba Wallace, I'd go back to KBM trucks next year. I mean, John Hunter Nemechek did it. It's working for him right now. I mean, that could be Bubba Wallace. You never know. Wallace isn't going to do it. He's probably getting paid a lot more money than what Nemechek would have. I mean, when you're getting that sponsorship money or you're getting paid more, why would you drop down if you're Bubba Wallace at that point? He's not running as bad as most people say this year, considering it's a new team. I think a lot of people had higher expectations, including Wallace. So he had way too high of expectations at the start. It is still a new team, whether you have the backing or the help or not. I mean, the only teams I can think of that started off as like an absolutely new race team that did well was Chip Ganassi in the early 2000s with Sterling Marlin. They were championship contenders out of the gate. But remember, Marlin was racing that 40 car for Sabco before that, and then they kind of combined into one team with Chip Ganassi. So it was kind of a partnership alliance, although Marlin and that 40 team were still running the year prior. Okay. So yeah, Bell got into the back of Blaney, and then Wallace got into the back of Harvick. The Blaney and Bell situation happened first, where Blaney was checking up, likely for the corner a little bit earlier with the low visibility and the rain. Bell ran into his right rear. Harvick checked up in the middle of the long straightaway before getting into the corner because he had gotten word that there were cars fishtailing up in front of him that were wrecking. He was checking up. Wallace did not get that reading, likely from his spotter, and got into the back of Harvick. So a lot of commotion, a couple different areas down that long straightaway going in to, I'm not sure exactly what turn, I'm sorry for that, but Logano's wearing glasses so you can see. I think Harvick was wearing glasses too, looking at his in-car. All right, so Martin Truex Jr. was one of the cars that hit pit road during the caution, drops him back to 27th. He was, at the end of stage 1, 17th. Not sure where he was running before he pitted exactly, and he pitted because he had oil on the windshield. So low visibility because of the rain, then you have a little bit of oil on top of it, and that oil could have been from maybe either Wallace or Bell, damaging that hole in the radiator, I'm sure, and running maybe right in front of him under the yellow. Harvick's in the garage. Fox also stated that Harvick has not had a DNF since 2019 and the Bristol night race in August. I almost put Bell in my lineup, by the way, too. I'm glad I didn't because he's out. He's done for the day. I believe the only car involved in that accident of the four that's still on the racetrack is Ryan Blaney, but good thing is he's likely still in the lead lap due to this long, long racetrack. As long as he didn't fail the 5-second damage clock. Wallace started the... Hang on, Daryl. Blaney had gotten ran into from Bell from behind, which started the incident. That's why Harvick checked up, and then Bubba didn't check up, and was basically, it had to have been full throttle when he ran into the back of Harvick. T. Green, welcome to the stream. Way to represent DraftKings. I played once. I've kind of forgotten about it the last couple weeks. I wanted to play again. It's tough. It's different from the fantasy because like you have to keep a money budget of the drivers they're using. You have the same amount of drivers, but it kind of stinks too because I can't have the same on my fantasy team as what I have there because I likely can't have the drivers on my fantasy team within those money limits on DraftKings. I do have money on Kyle Busch for this race though. 4.5 to 1 odds. Because he was my pick to win. beginning to think Bell is a bum. Bell's still having a good... I mean, Bell's actually ahead of Bowman in points right now. Bowman's got 2 wins versus Bell's 1. I mean, that's the main difference right there. We are in the middle of Stage 2 during this caution right now. They're under another commercial break, but it is under the yellow, so I'm not going to fault them for that. Lap 22 of 68 currently. No red flag after that incident. We remain green. Track cleanup underway. See where the live league standings are right now. Wow, I got 172. Okay. The only driver not inside the top 10 for me is AJ Allmendinger, but if he stays out of trouble, I'm sure he'll be there late. That was my pre-race predictions. And we got P-Chat Motorsports, our championship leader, coming into today. Then you can join the Fantasy League. Go onto the NASCAR mobile app or website. Go to the fantasy section. Search for KRC League. Join. Why do you want to join this league? Well, that's because if you win the league championship for the regular season, you win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race of your choosing. I will buy you tickets. I will try to make it out to that race if at all possible. Again, obviously with me not getting paid by YouTube right now and just in general having a full-time job, it's going to be tough for me to get the time off to do that, but I would love to try and get out there. So I guess it'd be 3 tickets total. You, one other friend, maybe a family member. If you're under the age of 18, you do have to have adult supervision with you, obviously, for obvious reasons. We don't want any... I'm not even going to say it right now because I feel like I get in trouble for saying it. So I was always told if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say it at all. It would have been a good roast, but it wouldn't have been an ideal thing to say the least. All right. Put William Byron, Kyle Busch in the garage. Trust me. And we'll see. We'll see. I didn't even know Jay Leno was still kicking. I guess he's one of the Grand Marshals next week for the Coke 600. Good for him. Vern M, welcome to the stream. So cool there. Running in the rain. It's been too long. Indeed. I'd rather watch them race in the rain than delaying it. Indeed. That's one thing, too. Obviously, them not having the race delayed because the rain is a huge plus. Getting this race underway. We're getting it done on a Sunday afternoon. Definitely going to slow this race pace down, as we have already seen. Only 2 cautions for incident, though. That was by far the biggest one. And then Daniel Suarez again out of the race before that. Transmission failure. Now, because Suarez pulled to the garage, if they get that fixed, he could pull back out of the pits. Maybe try to sacrifice a couple more stage points. Remember, he doesn't have a win. He came into the race 22nd in points. I believe he is just over 1 race worth of points out, 65 or 66 points behind the cutoff line. He needs every point he can get if he wants to still have a shot for the playoffs. We have enough races to go. After this one concludes, I believe we'll have 12 races until the postseason begins still. Kudos to Cody Ware right now. I think he's the only Rick Ware car who hasn't spun of the 4 so far, but he is currently 14th. Actually, just a big broad. Well, tempers haven't flared yet. Everybody's, at least of the driver intros and the team intros, as they just interviewed the crew chief of Bubba Wallace there, too. Still trying to piece together exactly everything that happened, but we have a pretty good idea, finally, of what all went down. Again, still under caution. I'm sure there's a lot of oil to clean up. I'm not sure how easy, Speedy Dry would be to put on the racetrack when it's raining. Likely why we're still under green. Obviously, in dry conditions, they would just throw some Speedy Dry on there, spread it all out over the oil traces, be good to go. Obviously, Harvick probably had some damage. There was oil on the 19's windshield, so there was some oil on the racetrack from that incident, probably off of the 4, the 20, and the 23. Blaney didn't have any front bumper damage. I think that's why he was still in the race. Watch the replay. Bubba Wallace just ran Harvick 100 miles per hour on the straight. Yeah, I know. That was a crazy, crazy hit for sure. Just all we really have from that incident is the in-car cam of Harvick. Somebody told Harvick to check up, and nobody told Wallace to check up. There are 3 spotters around this racetrack this weekend, not because of the rain, but because of it being a 3.41 mile road course. Make sure there are spotters everywhere on the racetrack, and still, even through the rain, just making it a harder job on those 3 spotters for every team. Can't be an easy job for anybody at the racetrack this weekend. Drivers and crew members alike. Yeah, that with somebody under 18 just doesn't. Yeah, that doesn't come off as a very good thing. Again, you have to have adult supervision, specifically a parental guardian. It has to be parental guardian, I should state. It can't be like well, there could be an exception if it's like maybe an older sibling that's like, specific. I mean, I wouldn't want them being 18 and then it'd have to be like likely a legal guardian. I mean, if it is a sibling, they're likely going to have to. I mean, they're going to have to be mid to upper 20s at least. I mean, they're going to have to be older than me, that's for sure. Because even then, it would be kind of a little sketchy. Wallace probably declined the interview. Probably why they interviewed the crew chief. Wallace is probably heated. He could have went back to the driver hauler too. I don't know. Could have just disappeared. Is he hurt or something? Hopefully he's not hurt. They haven't stated. I mean, they talked with Christopher Bell and he came out of the infield care side. I hope he's not hurt. I didn't even really think about that. I was just thinking maybe he was back in the driver hauler already. How about Ross Chastain in 3rd, by the way, right now? Great run. He's been in the top 10 for most of the day. Saw Bell win his first career race on a road course this season. We might see another new winner. Got up to 32 people in the chat. That's now a race high. Still stage 2. Thanks for everybody tuning in. About to go green finally on this restart. We got Joey Logano and Kyle Busch on the front row, with Chastain and Elliott in row 2, Preece and Bowman row 3, Hamlin Cindric row 4. Boy, quick rebound for Hamlin after spinning earlier. And row 5 will be Austin Dillon and Chase Briscoe. A couple stronger cars obviously knocked out that incident. Going to help everybody. Again, Logano will restart from the lead. We've seen the driver on the front row on the outside spin their tires a lot. We'll see if Kyle Busch spins the tires right here. Not really. And Chastain dive bomb underneath the 22 of Logano for the lead. 3 wide pass. What a move. Preece is up to the inside now for second underneath the 22 and the 18. And Ross Chastain is going to get to the lead. Ryan Preece pulls clear of the 22 of Logano for second. What a restart by both the 42 and the 37. Preece is hard charging on the 42 of Chastain as well. Oh, and he goes around. No, he saves it. What a move. And actually beats Chastain back to the gas. That might have been playing. I don't know, but he got sideways. What a battle for the lead between the 42 and the 37 in the rain, crisscrossing back and forth. Into the heavy braking zone now, into this long straightaway coming up. Priest beats Chastain back to the gas. Chastain's wheels were spinning. So was the 22 of Logano's further back. Cindric gets around Logano. Elliott looking to make the pass as well, as Logano, after restarting from the lead and just over half a lap, is now back to 5th. Oh, contact further back. Truex hard into the back of Custer. Custer into the back of Truex, hard into the inside wall. A couple very hard hits. Custer's car is on fire after a major impact into the back of the 19, who had already hit hard. Be careful getting out of your car. There's still cars trying to miss debris in traffic. Custer is out of the car under his own power. That was a terrible hit for both of those guys. Custer had 2 hard hits, one into the back of Truex and another into the inside retaining wall, tire wall it looked like. That was a nasty crash. Truex almost went upside down. Harvick was on 2 wheels earlier. Truex was basically on his left front with Custer tucked underneath him. And those cars are absolutely destroyed. Truex got in the back of somebody before that. Couldn't tell who it was. McDowell got ran into from behind from Truex. That's why Truex was checked up. Custer was just coming in full speed trying to gain ground and position. He had to have been on the gas when he had hit the 19. Oh, that was such an ugly crash. That was a scary hit. Debris shedded everywhere. Riding on board with Truex now on this camera. This is probably going to be similar to Harvick's shot. Probably a little worse considering he was completely facing the ground. Ooh. Can't really see anything with the hood. Custer arc brake. Wow. My goodness. I don't know how Truex didn't go upside down. That's the worst crash on a road course I've seen in a while. There were a couple bad accidents at Watkins Glen there for a little while in the mid-2010s. The early to mid-2010s. And that's probably the worst crash I think I've seen on a road course since. That would have been a scary situation if Truex was upside down in front of all that oncoming traffic. Rough season for Custer, but that was, and again, it's not the driver's fault either. They can't see. They're relying on their spotters to let them know that there are cars checking up. I think they need to red flag it. The visibility, it was going to be tough in the rain anyway. But that is 2 very vicious accidents, and this one was really bad. Custer's so lucky that the Armco barrier that they had in front of that guardrail was there. Because there are certain areas of that straightaway where it's just guardrail. If that was guardrail, that would have been terrible, especially with him already hitting the 19 before he had gotten into the wall. That's got to, honestly, that's probably got to be the worst crash this season. Red flag indeed. And I'm not sure if that's because of the rain visibility or just because of the crash itself, but that was gnarly. Not quite halfway, by the way, so this wouldn't be official if for some reason the rain didn't let up. Chase Masters, welcome to the stream. I kind of agree with you to a certain extent there, Daryl. They need to jet dry that straightaway off. The moisture's just going to build up over time. It doesn't look like it's going to stop raining anytime soon. I know when I checked the hour by hour forecast yesterday that it looked like it was going to let up towards about 5, 6 o'clock. That still could be the case. We don't know for sure yet. FEMA camp etiquette for dummies. NASCAR is going to red flag until tomorrow. Hopefully that doesn't happen. I mean, I'm off of work. My weekends are Sunday, Monday anyway, but I guess we would just pick up the stream right there. Goated at NFS. Welcome to the stream. They should dry the track. They only have to dry certain areas of the track. Again, the hard braking zones, the tracks, that's the thing too. It's raining. So even them drying the track isn't going to do much. It's still going to be damp. There's still going to be spray. And that's the main thing. It's not that the track is wet, obviously. It's the spray coming off of the back of the cars, which is making it so hard for guys to see. Guys can see at the front of the pack where there's less cars. We've seen 2 accidents now in the middle of the pack, just outside the top 10 for both of them, in fact, where they have taken place, because that is where the heaviest traffic is, especially with that being a restart, especially where the heaviest traffic was. And that was just a nasty, nasty accident. Motorsports race in the rain on road courses. NASCAR's not the only one. And they're not the only one with windshields that do as well. Big one, IMSA, is a big motorsport in the U.S. that races in the rain. I mean, Logano's flip at Talladega was scary, but because nobody else was involved, luckily, this has to be the worst wreck of the year. Keselowski's hit at the Daytona 500 was pretty big, too. This is probably on par with that one. Tim Herfin, welcome on in. That was scary. Yeah, we don't want to see. And I get crashes can be entertaining to some people, but we do not need crashes like that, because that was. I mean, that's honestly like. It's hard to watch just how hard of an impact that is. It's easier to watch knowing that they're all okay, but I was legitimately concerned there for Custer because he took a couple hard hits in there. Visibility just too sketchy. Rain X wipers not work. Yeah, it's just too much rain, and we kind of saw this. There was way too much rain in the Charlotte Roval race earlier this year. They kept it going, and NASCAR, I get they want to keep the show going. There are sweeper trucks on that straightaway during this red flag right now while they're trying to clean up Truex and Custer's mess. Good. Good on NASCAR for doing that. They should definitely be cleaning that area of the racetrack up as much as they can. And heck, honestly, anytime we have a caution or the stage break coming up at the end of stage 2, they need to be drying that straightaway off. It will only help the visibility, obviously. Hosey, welcome to the stream. My favorite driver right there on the flag behind me, Ryan Blaney. Wonder how much damage McDowell's got, because it looked like there was a decent amount of damage to the front of Truex's car. Remember, he had gotten hit into the... And that's what caused Truex to be super slow, was getting into the back of McDowell. We're on lap 28 of 68 right now. Halfway would be lap 34. This track does not have lights, so if they did, say, red flag it long enough and we have to race to the darkness for whatever reason, it doesn't get... I mean, it's in Texas, too, so I guess... I mean, it gets dark here probably about 9:15 where I live, but it's Eastern time zone. You probably have an extra hour or two of daylight there. So, I mean, they probably got a good 6-7 hours of daylight left. But if for whatever reason it was raining even more heavily, we'll just have to wait and see. All they got to do is get to halfway. We're only 6 laps shy of that. Water bottle holder would likely be to hold water with a bottle in it. Are you saying that because it's raining outside that he could just open up the windshield visor under yellows and like just stick his tongue out and he'll get some rainwater in there? Get some spray off the drivers in front of him? Is that what you were getting at? I'm really sorry if I didn't shout anybody else out for joining the stream. We had a lot of people coming in there just before that accident happened. Terrible accident between Cole Custer and Martin Truex Jr. Michael McDowell also involved. Good point, Mike Joy just focused out too, and I meant to touch on that, but I kind of forgot and didn't under the action that we've had today. A little easier during the red flag. Sorry, I'm listening to Cole Custer's interview. That's why I cut out there. I'll unplug my mic during driver interviews going forward here. Custer's is almost over, so I'll hold up. But during driver interviews, I'll unplug it so you guys can at least hear that. Sunset not until 8:20 p.m. in Austin. Maybe they can finish it today. Yeah, they should be able to. Again, they're racing in the rain. Yeah, Chastain in first. Great run. Truex's interview.
From Cole Custer, from your perspective, I mean, how do you describe the racing and just that moment for you, Martin?
Well, I mean, the only way to describe it is you can't see anything. So, I mean, it's you're just mashing the gas and going through the gears on the backstretch, praying that nobody's going to be there. And all of a sudden, I seen a tail light flash, and it was already, I was already in through him. So, I mean, it happens that fast. Going that fast, and then my first thought was once I hit that guy, just stay in the gas, try to keep going, because I knew they were coming from behind. And literally, next thing I know, I get drilled. So, I mean. There's just nothing you can do in those situations. Shame for Bass Pro Tracker, all our guys and girls that work on these things so hard. Sorry, we got behind there. Just we got oil on our windshield at some point there, and I literally couldn't see anything, and I had to pit, and we got off sequence. We were in the back there, and then it's really really hard to see back there. So it's I don't know. It's hard. It's really hard to race like that if you're not in the top couple cars, and I'm not sure how we can make it easier or better, but man, it's dangerous, and you just go down the backstretch every lap praying there's nobody having an issue. Praying there's not going to be a crash or a car stop or whatever, because you're just wide open, can't see anything. So unfortunately, like I said, wrong place, wrong time.
Thanks, Martin.
Yep.
Glad you're okay.
So Martin Truex joins Cole Custer, Kevin Harvick, Christopher Bell, Bubba Wallace, and Justin Haley out of the race.
Oh, there we go. Mike Joy just listed the drivers that were DNF there, too. Suicide race indeed, I know. Got to be fearing for those drivers, especially in the middle of the pack. Not so much for the leaders, but I mean, that's what you hope for, too, ideally. Last thing you want to see is these restarts transpire late in the race with this rain and the spray as bad as it is now. Hopefully it dies down a little bit with the jet dryers out there. Again, what they should do going forward, every caution, get the jet dryers out there. If they do that, there's not going to be as much spray. We're going to have long green flag runs likely anyway, but with the stage break coming, the final stage is going to be just over 30 laps. Not going to be as bad until maybe the very end of the race. And then, again, if we get another caution in the final stage at some point for something, then they can jet dry the track there, too. The long straightaways of the racetrack are basically the only deal we have the issue with spray. A lot of it is because of the tighter corners. You're not on the throttle as much. There's not going to be as many rooster tails coming out. It's going to be hard to see further back in traffic regardless with these restarts. Again, we're just going to have to wait and see how this exactly goes going forward. And if it stays too dangerous, we get another hard crash like that even after they... You hate to just wait until that happens. The problem is we have to do that because we don't know. We just don't know until the drivers are out there how bad it is. They can... Well, they can't call the race yet. Again, they are not at the end of stage 2 or halfway. They're lap 26 of 68. My bad, I thought they were at lap 28. They're on lap 26 of 68. Halfway would be at lap 34, the conclusion of lap 34. So we're 8 laps shy of halfway. I think he was getting at Chastain would win if they called the race right now, but again, they can't call the race. And there's rain in the forecast for COTA tomorrow too, so I mean, even if they delayed, they would still have... Did get up to 35 people watching. Peyton Bufflin, welcome to the stream. Price is in second place right now. Great run for that 37 team. He was in the top 5 there for a little bit in stage 1 also. I will correct myself to a certain extent, though. NASCAR goes back green, and there's still a ton of spray where you can't see on that accident. They don't have to wait for there to be another big wreck, but if we were seeing somebody get into the back of another car because they can't see again, that is where they would have to throw the caution and then the red flag from that point on. So Just looking at Custer's car, it's amazing how much damage. Likely to get the end of stage 2. Yeah, either the end of stage 2 or halfway for them to deem it official. But there's a lot of daylight left. Let me check the radar. I'll check the radar. Well, they've shown the radar. Let me check the hour-by-hour forecast to see if this rain's going to roll through at all. Just for visibility's sake for the drivers. Well, it looks like it's going to rain at my house at like 7 o'clock tonight. I knew we were going to have rain rolling in. Okay, so yeah, about 74% chance of rain in Austin, Texas. Currently 71% at 5, 6, 63. It says storms ending at 6 p.m. And this would be 6 p.m. their time, I believe, as well. So according to the Weather Channel, it's going to stop raining in the area of where COTA is. See your comment about Truex and Custer. I'll have to scroll back through here. Not a big Cole Custer fan, but glad to see that him and Truex are not serious. Yeah, exactly. Especially when you get into a crash like that with that hard of a hit, too. It's not so much in stock cars, but you see it more in open wheel racing. As drivers have their hands on the wheel, it might tend to lock the wheels up and jerk them everywhere, and you could break your thumbs, you could break your wrists. That's why you always saw Danica, her open wheel instinct was to let out if you couldn't save the car at all costs. That's something, even I was taught when I was racing go-karts when I was younger, in quarter midgets where it was open wheel. And same thing applies, mainly with open wheel racing. You don't have to worry about that so much with stock cars. The head-on impacts, not as much, but we saw right there how much damage went to the suspension of Custer's race car, where maybe the first hit to Truex, his hands would have been all right, but if he had his hands on the wheel into that second impact into the wall, damage could have been done there. Again, he got out under his own power. He said he wasn't hurt, but those are kind of like instances where a driver could, even jam their hands in a hard hit like that. Again, open wheel, a lot more of an issue with that, especially if wheels get locked up together with contact as well. You're not going to really see that so much in stock car racing, but maybe you have existing damage somewhere around there up to that point. Something like that could happen. Why do the drivers need visors for their helmet? That's mainly for sunlight. So drivers will have like a tinted visor, maybe perhaps if it's very sunny outside. It almost works as like sunglasses. You don't want to actually wear sunglasses when you're driving. I know some drivers do wear like actual like eyeglasses. It's a little bit different though when it's sunglasses, because if it goes to night, you still have the glasses on. You're not going to be able to, take them off and chuck them out the window. Like you just can't. You can't do that. So they have tinted visors, and there's usually a flip on the side of their helmet where if it gets dark to where they can't see out of the tinted visor, they'll flip it back up. Some instances they can't flip it back down again. They usually have to keep it on the tinted and then move it up as they go. And the reason why you might even see a tinted visor at COTA when it's raining outside is simply because they're on their helmet every other time. That's the same helmet they use every single week. Obviously drivers want to get comfortable with their race cars, so that could be a huge factor of why you would probably see it today, but they likely don't actually have the tint on because of the rain. But it's there to maybe be used. Visor tear-offs, man. Yeah, tear-offs are a little bit different. Those are more seen in like sprint car racing and dirt racing, where you can tear the visor off and you basically have a new replaceable one. That was also something when I raced go-karts and quarter measures. I was racing on dirt, so yeah, I would have tear-offs and wipe it clean if I got some mud that was stuck on the visor. We're definitely going to have to go to work on that 34 car. It looks like there's some damage rubbing around the left rear, but hopefully they can get it fixed and keep McDowell back in the race, because he looked fast. He was second at the end of stage 1. He was in the top 10 for most of the day. That damage obviously hurts him. Living up to the Austin motto, keep it weird. I didn't even know that was the motto of Austin. It's definitely not a normal race, that's for sure. Austin, Texas has clear weather 300 days out of the year. Yeah, I know. But not when NASCAR rolls into town, I guess. Who would have thought this could have happened up until this week coming up when we knew, we were seeing the closer forecast, but I don't think everybody expected COTA to likely be an unpredictable race, to say the least. You throw the rain on top of it, and you already have unpredictable, then you just have even more unpredictableness. I think that might be a new word. I don't even know if unpredictableness is a word, but it is now. They are back under caution, so no more red flag. Probably get a couple more pace laps in here, and then they'll go back to green. Again, it looks like it's going to stop raining at about 7 o'clock. They don't have to dry the track completely with the wet tires, so that's nice. If they did have to red flag it for rain, what they would do is they would probably red flag it for there to be a light rain. If there's a light rain, we have shown that they could race in the rain just simply today. And, the Xfinity Series over the last couple of years, the truck race yesterday was ran in the rain at the start of it at least. So we saw that in practice. Want to see a night race with clear. Yeah, the only scheduled night race they've had so far this year for the Cup Series was Martinsville. And then it got rained out after like 50 laps. Next week at Charlotte. Granted, they always start that in the Southern 500 in the day, then it ends at night. So we'll be starting at 6. It'll be daylight out the first 2 to 3 hours, and then it'll go to night. I honestly feel they're just making up rules as they go. Well, they have to in this situation. Not like rules in general, but just how they're going to maintain the racetrack. I mean, you basically got to go like on a standby situation, and you can't blame them for that because the weather's throwing unpredictability. And they did that with Dirt Bristol this year too, just, not so much with the weather, but with just the track conditions in general. But you see that, I feel like, a lot in dirt racing, and that's why you saw it at Dirt Bristol. That kind of happens a lot where they're, sometimes they'll maybe be too muddy of a visibility during a dirt race. They'll throw a red flag if it's like a longer one at least. Bring the cars off the racetrack, or maybe it's a heat race, and they'll get done with the heat race before the next heat race starts. They'll go run the track back in again with the trucks, with the pacer and the pusher trucks. So, you see them trying to manipulate the track at all times, and it's not really manipulating in a good way. It's not manipulating it in the sense that they're trying to fix the race in general. And all right. Why'd they bring them to pit road? Why'd they bring them to pit road to do this while they drive the track off? Probably just because that probably just has to comply within the NASCAR rule book. That's probably the only reason they did it. Because under the NASCAR rules, if there's a red flag, you can't, they won't let you touch the race car. They might be seeing some guys make changes. I don't know. That's my best guess. That's at least my best educated guess for that question. Okay, well, that's smart. Wasn't it Carl Edwards that used a Swiffer under a yellow in a rain race in Montreal? In the at the time called Busch Series, and he was Swiffer in the car off or whatever, because he had it in there. Ethan, welcome on into the chat. They're not changing rules. They're not changing them. They're just, I guess, adding them as the race goes. They're not changing the rules that are already there. They're just adding more as they go. And I wouldn't call it rules. I feel like when we think of like rules, we think as like set in stone, this is what we're doing. They're adding things that don't go against rules they already have, in a sense. They're doing it for the driver's safety. You can't blame them for giving the teams a chance to wipe their windshields and rain-X them off. I mean, they're basically still under the red flag while doing this, is what it's telling me. They just kept the yellow to give the cars a chance to make it to pit road. Yes, it was Carl Edwards. Okay, that's what I thought it was. Can't wipe the windshield during a red flag. Run in the back of each... Yeah. That was as good of a logical explanation as I had for that previous question, Daryl. I did my best. I wasn't going to be able to get it to its fullest extent. But yeah, I understand where you're coming from. Now, rain-X usually works on passenger vehicles, and on my car at 60 to, maybe even like upwards of 70, 80 miles an hour on the highway, but I don't know if it's going to work at well over 100 miles an hour down these straightaways. We'll see. It usually has to comply with the weather a little bit, too. If it's cooler, there's going to be more moisture. Seems like it's been in the 70s, 60s all day, so it's not too cold with this rain, at least. Temperature-wise. Real question is when they do ever do this during Indy races or whether tech sport. Okay, so well, I guess IndyCar's got the halo now, so. Now, IMSA, I don't think I've seen it to where like they give the teams a chance to rain-X the cars. I have not seen that in IMSA. What I have seen in IMSA, and this includes the Daytona Road Course, or the Rolex 24 in 2019. I believe it was either 2018 or 2019, when they had a lot of rain on the Sunday towards the finish of the race, and there was too much rain, essentially, so they had to red flag it, and then they went back out there again when they felt like it was light enough, and then they red flagged it again to the end of the race. So that's kind of similar to this. They didn't give them a chance to really rain-X their cars off, but that's the closest explanation I could think of. NASCAR fan Larson, welcome to the stream. Is gonna kill someone kind of bad. Custer's gonna get fined. Got out of the car before the safety team got there. Yeah, it was on fire. That's the only time they allow. That's even in the rule book too. I know when they made that rule back in, what year was that? Was that 2014, 2013, somewhere around there? But if the car's on fire, they could get out before the safety team gets there. That was a dangerous situation where he got out, though, because Stenhouse was still trying to miss debris and get around him when he was getting out. But, yeah, if the car's on fire, then they're not going to just let the driver burn until the safety crew gets there. Sub, by the way. Thanks, man. Car wash. That's true. That's very true. Not as long of straightaways, though, at the Daytona Road Course compared to this. And that's the big thing. This was all happening down the longest straightaway of the racetrack here at COTA, which is one of the longest straightaways in NASCAR in general now. that they have to go on, both oval or road course. And that's where the rooster tails and the spray off the back of the cars was at its worst. Yeah, I like how they're playing Car Wash in the background too, by the way. At the car wash. We got the chat singing Car Wash. Nice. Over 850 subs, guys. Thanks for hitting that subscribe button. Appreciate it. Already getting 7 in this race, and we're not even halfway home yet. Glad you guys are at least joining the live stream, whether you are or aren't enjoying the race up to this point. Thanks for stopping by, guys. Greatly appreciated. Do these full race live streams, both with NASCAR video games and with these real races, to build up my ability, essentially, and get the name out there that I can commentate, and I want to commentate the sport of NASCAR. This is just the small steps in trying to progress that dream. So every like, every subscribe I get, I greatly appreciate it. 20 likes on the stream. We've had consistently 30 people watching for a while now, so hit that like button again if you haven't already. And I appreciate the feedback everybody in the chat has had. You guys have been very respectful to one another here throughout the day. We've had newer viewers. We've had older viewers coming on in. You guys are getting well along, and at least you're enjoying yourselves. That's always great to see. Keeping this community growing every step of the way. At Dover, by the way, historical race, I was lucky. I love Hendricks. Hey, there you go. If you're a Hendrick fan and you were at the track last weekend, how could you not have fun with that? I was a Blaney fan, and unfortunately he had that issue and only got back up to 12th race finish. He usually runs really well when I go to see him in person. When I go to watch a NASCAR race in person. And he was running well. Stage 1, he finished 3rd. He just lost that track position because they figured they needed to repair that damage when they probably didn't. Daniel Suarez is back on the racetrack. They have fixed the shifter issue. That is good because we have had a decent amount of drivers DNF since then, so this means he can hop in front of them. 1 point per position. Okay, so NASCAR's going to single file restarts now. The same thing we saw at Dirt Bristol. Jeff Gordon stated it in the Fox booth that he feels that could help with the rooster tails out of these race cars, simply because cars aren't side by side, 2 and 3 wide as much during the straightaway on the restarts. It's not a bad plan. And again, that's something you would see in dirt racing. They have double file restarts. If they deem it's unsafe to do double file at certain moments in the race, they've gone single file. I was at a World of Outlaws race years ago at my local dirt track, and they started the day double file because they elected to go to double file restarts too, for any of you that either don't watch World of Outlaw racing or not. But anyway, they have double file restarts, and they ended up going to single file restarts after the heat races end of the night because they felt double file was too dangerous on that racetrack. A lot of it was because of how narrow it was and stuff, so that's something that changes in other racing as well. Again, it's not just NASCAR. I feel like people kind of cut NASCAR too much of a slack when they change the rules on the fly like this and at Dirt Bristol, but they have to do it for safety precautions. If they were doing it because of non-safety precautions, we'd have an issue there, but they are at least doing it for safety issues, excuse me. Ross Chastain and Joey Logano going to come onto pit road. They were running up towards the front. Ryan Preece, to see him doing great. Take the Chevy boys and cheer on. Blaney needs to go to a team that won't disrespect him. Him and Logano hate each other. I don't think they hate each other. I feel like they, at least off screen, they get along. I feel like Blaney's one of those level-headed guys that would take a lot to tick him off. I've never seen Blaney, I've never seen him complain about another driver. Unless somebody says something about him, but obviously anybody has the right to go after him there. But I can't even, his run-in with Johnson at Watkins Glen the other year, he was apologetic about it, but, he never, really, just went after Johnson as soon as the interview started. Johnson went after him. That was the only thing he got upset about. But, outside of that, he's pretty level-headed. I feel like it would take a lot to tick him off, which is kind of cool because that's my demeanor, too. it takes a lot to get me upset. You guys have seen these game crashes on NASCAR Heat 5, the actual game itself, crashing, and we have issues, and majority of the time I can keep my cool, but man. Donald Cosner, welcome to the stream. Donald Cosner, welcome to the stream. I only dislike one driver, Kyle Busch, but I respect. That's great, though. You don't like him because of maybe, antics or whatever, but you respect his talent. That's great. I just don't like the people that are like, he sucks and he's bad at driving and stuff like that just because they don't like him. He's got talent, guys. He's got. It's proven. He's won a lot of races, Cup, Xfinity, trucks. He can drive anything. He can drive the wheels off of anything. But the fact that you can respect his ability, that's big. That's a big key right there. They could be a better racer than Fords, no offense. Getting into NASCAR racing soon. Yeah, KB's it does seem that way where he's on his outward leaving his prime. There's no practice in qualifying, though. I feel like that's got to be weighing a huge factor of it. I think that's why he ran well. He dominated the Xfinity race yesterday, because even last year when he ran Xfinity races, he didn't look like the same Kyle Busch last season. There was no practice in qualifying. Practice in qualifying this week for Xfinity and Cup. He's been in the top 5 for most of the day in the Cup race. And he is, I think he's going to restart the front row with Priest here with Chastain and Logano pitting. And you saw him, again, dominate the Xfinity race. So that could be a huge factor of it for sure. We'll just have to wait and see when everything goes back to normal in 2022. New cars obviously going to factor into that as well. Who can adapt the best? And I feel like the experience level is going to, drivers that are more experienced, again, is going to play into effect versus these younger drivers when it comes to the new car. Chase hopped in a truck underfunded. It was funded heavily by Hendrick Motorsports when he was first getting those truck starts before the age of 18. Well, green flag is back in the air after a long red flag. Ryan Preece will lead the field of the green. Again, single file restarts going forward, at least for now because of the rain. If it lightens up, it'll be interesting to see if they go back to double file. But green flag is back in the air. Still finding a way to fan out going into the first turn. No surprise. Tight hairpin. Priest goes wide, and Kyle Busch is going to get to the lead. Cindric to second. Barely squeezes on by the 37. Priest overran turn 1. Giving an easy way for Kyle Busch to get out in front. Somebody goes really wide. That was Austin Dillon, and that is going to be a penalty likely for cutting the S's. Cindric on the outside of Kyle Busch. Close quarters racing. Busch slides the tires in the rain. Can't quite keep clear the 33 as they're Side by side and tight. Busch finally gives the position up, but not without a fight as he is really working those hands inside the race car. Austin Cindric to the lead. Kyle Busch remains in second. They're still 2 and 3 wide further back in the pack. And I've noticed down these long straightaways, it is a lot more drier. Yeah, I agree. There's a lot better visibility. By the way, there are only 4 laps to go in the stage. Kyle Busch passes Cindric back. Great back and forth battle here. Busch trying to get another playoff point. He's only won 1 stage this season along with 1 race win. And he's in the back half of the top 10 in regular season points, so not looking at a lot of playoff points there. Every stage win, race win goes a long ways from here on out. Priest is still holding on to third, maybe holding up Chase Elliott. We don't know for sure. Corey LaJoie is up to 6th place. Great run for Spire Motorsports there after the 77 of Haley. Had a mechanical failure earlier in the race, dropping him to last. Once Kyle Busch got back around Cindric, he slowly kind of gapped him by a couple car lengths. Three laps to go on the stage now for Busch. Yep. And Dylan is getting posted. Black flag for cutting the S's on the restart. He was actually exceeding my expectations early, but this is going to drop him all the way to the back, and it's going to cost him stage points, of course, too. Don't forget, fantasy teams will lock here in a couple of laps. Yeah, Byron's the only guy, really, that's having problems for me, so he's the only guy going out of the lineup. He had the heavy damage after contact earlier. Ryan Newman got into the gravel, it looked like. Might have gotten ran off by the 16 of A.J. Allmendinger. Elliott finally gets around Ryan Preece, and he is on the move slowly but surely. He hasn't led any laps yet. Oh, tough break for Eric Jones. He's going to go wide into the grass. Might have gotten ran into from behind. It looks like he's got some damage on the left rear quarter panel. Ooh, Busch goes really wide, and Cindric's able to close that gap as they continue to battle for the lead. They battle too much. Chase Elliott might be there. Cindric looks low. Kyle Busch going to go high. Beats him back to the gas. Still side by side for position. Busch slides the tires now, but does clear Cindric. Cindric with an undercut. Busch goes wide, and it's a drag race into the next corner. Kyle Busch continues to spin those tires, but he hangs on to the lead. This is an incredible battle for the lead back and forth, and Elliott just in the last couple of corners was a second faster. I'm sure he wants a shot to win a stage. He hasn't won a stage since the Daytona Road Course this season. Tyler Reddick, the pole sitter, back to 4th. Again, Priest still holding on to a top 5 spot in 5th. Two laps to go on the stage. Pit road is now closed. Turn 1 was looking treacherous in the iRacing race, and man, it just looks treacherous every time they go through here, not even just on the restart. I mean, even a couple laps after the restart, and that just seems to be the best spot where drivers are trying to make passes on the racetrack. Busch probably only has about a 4 or 5 car length lead on Cindric. Now, with Logano and Chastain pitting during that caution that we most recently had, I wonder if they're just going to stay out and they were sacrificing stage points that way. All 3 Penske cars under a blanket, 14th through 16th. Credit to Ryan Blaney with that heavy damage on the right rear corner panel of his race car. And he is still, I mean, he's right around 15th. I thought his day was done after that contact earlier. Need to win this week in fantasy. Hope KB. No, Kyle Busch was my pick. I haven't predicted a winner correct yet this season, but I was hoping that extra track time this week was going to help him a ton. Quinn Half has just gone for a spin further back in the pack. All on his own, it looked like. Oh, actually, Mike Joy just stated he had contact with Stenhouse, and yep. Damage on the left rear for Quinn. Not Stenhouse, that was a 78. Elliott has ran down Austin Cindric. It seems like Cindric doesn't have a great long-run car. He can hold on for a couple laps into the restart, and that might be some of him maybe using his stuff up a little bit. Elliott just drives and blows past Cindric, beating him back to the gas off of turn 2. Into the S's. Cindric going to close back on Elliott again. Could be a good battle between Kyle Busch and Chase Elliott on the final restart. Alex Bowman's inside the top 10 and 7th, having a quiet but good day. Right in front of his teammate Kyle Larson. Chase Briscoe leading the way for Stuart Haas Racing. We saw Harvick and Custer already wreck out. Almirola has been a non-factor outside the top 20. Almirola, another driver who has not had a single top 10 in his career in the Cup Series on road courses. I would have put him as the don't-haves, but he's had a terrible season. I figured I'd take the week off of putting him as the don't-have. Gage the Fortnite player Hansen, welcome to the stream. Kyle Busch leads. About a 3-second lead over Chase Elliott right now on the final lap of Stage 2. Everybody trying to battle for stage points towards the back half of the top 10. Logano's already caught up to Hamlin in 11th with those fresher tires, so he's moving through this field pretty quickly. By the way, I didn't really mention it too. Blaney, although, is running pretty well right now. Man, these restarts and everything getting jacked up, he's just got to hope he doesn't get any more damage or any contact to that right rear because it's exposed. Otherwise, that's easily going to cut that tire. Being on a tight road course. Into the final corner, Kyle Busch continues a 2.5 to 3 second lead, and Kyle Busch is going to win Stage 2, his second stage win of the season, followed by Chase Elliott. Tyler Reddick got around Austin Cindric on the final lap for 3rd. Cindric will finish 4th. Corey LaJoie rounds out the top 5. Kyle Larson 6th. Followed by Priest 7th. And then I believe Allmendinger 8th, Briscoe 9th, and Bowman rounds out the top 10. Two of the favorites in the pre-race running 1-2, Kyle Busch and Chase Elliott. Almost like I know my NASCAR stuff. Just noticed that Logano put grip tape on shifting knob. Said that he could not do that. It's going to come up later in the race. Oh, we'll see. Did he actually add grip tape? I might have missed that on the broadcast. It's a lot easier for me to listen to stuff during caution, but like during green flag racing, I can't do anything about it, really. Great stage for my fantasy. Yeah, well, me too. Allmendinger ended up getting back into the top 10, so that helps me too. Yeah, William Byron's in my garage for the final stage. Well, it looks like my Tigers lost 3-2. Bummer. They were rolling there for a little bit. Again, we still got a lot of action on the channel. We got this final stage coming up. Did Kyle say that? Kyle, or NASCAR fan of Larson. Did he actually say that? I haven't listened to the interview yet. Only the second stage he's won on a road course. Well, they've only had stages since 2017, so. And Chase Elliott's kind of been dominating road courses since then. I don't think that's as shocking of a stat as what they kind of made it out to seem. I love Kurt Busch's steering wheel, by the way. That camouflage steering wheel. Yeah, that was a great battle between Cindric and Busch on that last restart. Back and forth. In the rain. Yeah, I forgot that All-Star race is coming up pretty soon, too. In between Sonoma and Nashville, I believe. That's the last race on Fox, too, because then NBC takes coverage over at Nashville, Father's Day weekend. So, yeah, there's only 2 more points races on Fox after this one. I didn't even realize that. Coke 600 Sonoma and Texas All-Star race. That's crazy. Pit stops during the stage break. Again, not everybody coming on down. Track position is a big key in this one. Everybody will have to pit in the final stage at some point as well. Come on, Blaney, get up there. That would be insane if Blaney even gets a top 10 with all that damage on the race car. I mean, he got hit hard from Bell. I mean, hard enough that it knocked Bell out of the race, but Blaney's still going. So we're halfway, and the second stage has come to an end. The race is deemed official. Though they're likely going to get this in well before it gets dark outside. They still got a few hours yet. Kyle Busch's stage interview.
Where you want to be, you won yesterday. You know, trying to clean sweep. You must have some extra motivation coming to this racetrack here at COTA for the first time. Looking good. What do you got?
Not much. Just, I got some practice in this week. What do you know? And, Things are going pretty good so far. I mean, yeah, it's kind of an unknown still with weather and everything else and how much rain and where the rain's at and all that stuff. But M&M's mixed Camry's been fast, so thanks to Ben and the boys, we've got a good piece here. And I know a couple of those guys are going to start turning up the wick here once we get back rolling again. So we'll see what we got.
Well, man, it's been some fun racing. You and Cindric got Chase Elliott there behind you. Some guys that came in, got tires and fuel, so it should be good to see what happens the rest of the way, man. Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kyle Busch's last Xfinity and Cup Sweep weekend was in Phoenix in 2019.
Kyle Busch deserves less. Boo, he's already won Xfinity. Oh, we got fake Kyle Busch in the chat. What are the odds? Let's go, I got the win. At stage points, I'm going to try to win the... That's hilarious. And now we got Kyle Busch on the Toyota commercial. We got Kyle Busch leading the race. This is the Kyle Busch show, I guess. Live on KRC. Haven't had a true race yet. I don't know if the car's good. Man, we got some Kyle Busch haters down in the chat. Better be careful. There's a fake Kyle Busch in the chat. He might go after you. He's obviously got a fast car. I mean, he was fast in qualifying and practice. Practice was in the rain, but even if you look at qualifying, he qualified fourth. So you have to assume he's got some speed in the race car. $34 people watching again. Again, thanks for everybody tuning on in. Obviously, again, it's going to depend on what time this race gets over with tonight, but NASCAR Heat 5 career mode at Talladega will be on full display, full race live stream. Not sure on the start time. I will have the start time at the end of this race, this stream. Again, I just want to make sure. I will have to get something to eat in between streams, so I'll probably give myself an hour break. I don't want to lose my voice either because this is a lot of broadcasting for one day. How about Daniel Suarez with the free pass? I don't think he's up. He's more than one lap down. How many laps down is Suarez? Suarez is 7 laps down and 34th. It just registered. He's 8 laps down. Sorry, he's 8 laps down and 34th. But he's ahead of everybody that's wrecked out already. Cole Custer, Mark Truex Jr., Kevin Harvick, Christopher Bell, Bubba Wallace, and Justin Haley have all DNF'd. All but Haley were because of accidents. I like how there's some people still wearing a mask while it's just been downpouring rain the whole time. Like, wouldn't that suffocate you? Like, wouldn't you think that that would suffocate you if your mask just gets wet and it just feels like you're, like, talking into a mask like this? I feel like you're trying to, like, get words out and you're just, like, swallowing it, basically. Can you get pushed by trucks? Be good to... Yeah, we'll see. See if Suarez can get it done. We'll see if they made the right adjustments to that shifter. Again, they changed the transmission earlier this morning after practice yesterday with issues they had then, and they obviously had issues with the backup shifter and the backup transmission too. That one dude in the stands also looks like Colonel Sanders. I don't know why. He had a big cowboy hat. I don't know if you guys saw that. Suarez was assisted earlier in the race to get back to pit road. Did they change the rule? I don't know what rule you're talking about. There's no rule against getting assisted to pit road. Not in NASCAR. Maybe in Formula 1. I think Formula 1 they got a rule like that. Or like, I don't know, it's something weird. Like, you can get assisted for, like, you can get assisted once, but you can't get assisted twice. Then there's some other stuff that goes along with it, too, that I don't know, because the FIA, you want to talk about NASCAR changing rules as they go, the FIA, I feel like Formula 1 would be a lot more entertaining if the FIA kind of stayed out of it majority of the time. I know this is coming from a NASCAR fan. There's maybe a little bit of bias in that, I'm not going to lie, but I'm just saying. Let the guys race it out, man. Let them race it out. I mean, I could see in dangerous situations, obviously, yeah, having to step in, but by God, it's like you can't make a pass without, oh no, that wasn't legal. Absolutely a rule before 100%. I don't know about that. I know if you get out of the race, like if you were to get out of the race car before he got back to the garage, if he would have gotten out of the race car when it stalled on the racetrack, he would have been deemed done for the day. There would have been no way he could have gotten back in. That I know for a fact is against the rules. But he stayed inside the race car until he got pushed back to the garage. Cars run out of fuel all the time and they get pushed by a car back to pit road. So I know for a fact that's not a rule. Not anymore. It might have been a rule a long time ago, but recently, well, even a long time ago, somebody would run out of fuel and they'd maybe stall out and they get pushed back to pit road. They top it off with fuel and they're good to go. I mean, it happens a lot. It's put in place for cars running out of fuel. That's the most common time. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I kind of covered. I think that the chat was just a little delayed there compared to when I said it. But pace car is off pace car is off of the track onto pit road. Green flag back in the air. Kyle Busch will lead the field to the green, followed by Elliott, Reddick, Cindric, and Larson, the top five. Allmendinger's in 6. Briscoe pulls out a line at 7, trying to make a pass. Cindric with a great restart, jumps the gun. He gets to 2nd in front of Elliott. Elliott slides wide, trying to stay in the gas. Has to let Cindric go. Reddick is going to get to 3rd, passing Elliott as well. Chase Briscoe goes from 7th to 4th on the restart. He gets by Elliott. So Elliott got freight trained before heading into the S's. Larson trying to make a pass on his teammate Elliott. They about made contact as Larson slides. A little too aggressive of a move perhaps, and it's going to cost him some time. Logano has fresher tires of a lot of these guys inside the top 10. He doors the 16, putting a donut on the side of that race car. Hopefully there's no tire rub coming there. Banging fenders here on the restart. 16 was about in the grass. Trying to get around Logano. Briscoe slides wide. These guys are going after it. Nearly 3 wide. Now they are 3 wide. Logano, Briscoe, Allmendinger into a tight hairpin corner. Allmendinger's trying to go way wide. Keselowski goes around. A little contact with the 6 of Newman. Blaney barely escapes to the inside. A lot of cars escaping to the outside. And to the back goes Keselowski. Caitlin Hobbs, welcome to the stream. Can't see the race. I will get the stream taken down and get copyrighted if I have the stream, or sorry, the actual race on at any point there. So I have to do it for the sake of my channel, otherwise my channel might get taken down. So I don't want those issues to come across, but that's why I'm doing the live commentary for anybody that might not be available to watch the race or want to watch my broadcast again, my commentary at least with it. I was going to say, I saw it live when it happened. I know I have a different, probably, view on this camera than they've got, but Jeff Gordon didn't know what turned Keselowski around. I broadcasted it as it happened that Newman got in the back of him, then McReynolds covered him up. Chastain's had a great day. Remember, he's on same tires as Logano. Both those guys are on fresher tires than everybody else towards the front. They worked themselves up to 6th and 7th, just getting around Chris Buescher, Allmendinger, Briscoe on the restart. Also, look out for William Byron. He's inside the top 15 after damage earlier in the race with the 21 of De Benedetto. Also around the right rear, similar damage to what Ryan Blaney in the 12 has after the contact he had with the 20 of Bell. Larson gets on by Tyler Reddick for position, and Larson's up to 4th on the move, trying to get around his teammate Elliott now. Final stage of the race. You don't know if we're going to have another caution. It is time to push. Have to watch your pit road speeds as well in the rain. I'd have to assume it is a lot harder to get down to the pit road speed limit. That could come into play as well. Yeah, Kyle Busch gets fined for winning a race. Any race. How dare you win the Southern 500 this year? Fine, $1 million. This was the year that Chase Elliott was supposed to win. How dare you pass him cleanly and drive away from the field? Elliott's still working on Cindric. Cindric has not been fast a couple laps into the restart. We've seen that a lot today, and Elliott is trying to get around him, and not just Elliott, because, Elliott into the back of the 33. He's trying to move him now. He wants to go and get around him before Busch can pull away more and more. Cindric is holding up not only Elliott, but he's holding up Larson and Reddick and Logano and Chastain all tucked up underneath him. Allmendinger in there as well. Congested for second as Busch has about a 4.5 second lead. But Elliott looked fast at the end of stage 2. You wonder if he can get a run at him. Elliott pulls alongside Cindric, trying to make the pass into turn 20. Cindric wins the race back to the gas. Larson ends up beating Elliott back to the gas, and they're side by side for third as they're going into turn 1. Larson trying to side draft his teammate Elliott. Elliott moves up to try and protect and side draft him back. Into the hard braking zone in turn 1. Elliott locks the tires up a little bit, trying to clear the 5 of Larson. Reddick and Logano side by side as well as Logano makes the pass for position. Remember, Cindric is not running for points in the Cup Series either, and he's holding up this huge line of cars. He's trying to keep track position in case maybe we get another caution. Surprised at how wet this racetrack is. They haven't ran into the back of each other more as congested together from second on back as they are. Clint Boyer just stated in the broadcast that he's surprised that nobody's accordioned either. I mean, this is as bunched together of a single file line as you're going to get, and they're still trying to fan out and pass, and they are further back. And Larson slides it into turn 10, trying to get around Elliott. Now he gets alongside of him into 11. Logano going to try to hold up the gap as well. Underneath the 5 of Larson, a little bump to the back of Kyle. And Kyle again wins the race back to the gas, and he passes Chase Elliott. Reddick gets back around Logano, who kind of accordion behind Larson. Again, Logano on fresher tires. Looked like he was going to have a chance to maybe get up there in a second himself, instead loses a spot. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. further back in the pack has gone for a spin. The 15 of James Davidson has seemingly stalled out as well. We'll see if Davidson can get going again. And now another car goes wide. Looks like Corey LaJoie went wide. It was Chastain. It was LaJoie. Loses a bunch of spots. Works his way back onto traffic alongside Newman. 6-second lead now for Kyle Busch over Austin Cindric, who is somehow held in second place. Drivers getting impatient behind. Elliott almost out into the gravel trying to get to the outside of Larson. What a move. Now he gets on the inside of Cindric into the next corner, and Elliott is finally clear. 6.5 seconds off the lead. Elliott's to second, side by side for third between Kyle Larson and Austin Cindric. Larson is clear. Cindric is now fading. Logano gets alongside his teammate, looking to get around him as well. Quinn Houff, a little damage with the 47. That's what caused Stenhouse to spin there. Larson has pressure from behind, though, from Elliott after he had gotten around the 9, and maybe Larson can have something for Kyle Busch, and we might have the Kyle and Kyle show once again. We saw it briefly at Kansas, but outside of that, it's been a few years since we've seen the two Kyles go at it for a win in a NASCAR sanctioned race. In the rain at COTA, I'm sure it's going to be a heck of a lot of fun to watch those two battle it out if they get close to one another. Elliott slowly gapping Chase Elliott, but here comes Logano again. Look out for him as well on fresher tires. Trying to get around the 9. Reddick is still pressuring the 22. Kyle Larson is closing in on Kyle Busch, by the way, interval time-wise. They were 6.5 seconds off the lead when Cindric was in second, but once Larson and Elliott got on by, as well as a lot of other cars got on by Austin Cindric, now Elliott's actually still losing time to Kyle Busch, but Kyle Larson is only 5.5 seconds back, so Larson is gaining quick on Busch. Both drivers going to try to look for their second win of the season here today. Logano going to make the pass on Chase Elliott. Did Elliott use his stuff up trying to get around Cindric, because he is now starting to fade again after getting to second? We'll see if Logano on the fresher tires can start to gain as well. Larson now under 5 seconds off the race lead. He is closing very fast on Kyle Busch, and there might be a new Kyle to take over the lead. Larson has led a lot of laps this season, only one win to show for, a lot of stage wins as well. Maybe choked about 2 or 3 wins away this season. He does not want this opportunity to go away from him. Larson had a great shot to win at the Daytona Road Course this season. On fresher tires, tried to make a slide job move into turn 7 there, slid it into the tire barrier. Oh, Reddick spins in front of traffic off turn 20. Backs it out of the way. Trying to get back on the gas is Ryan Newman and other traffic. Eric Jones, Eric Almirola tried to get on by him. Reddick was inside the top 5, battling Logano and Elliott for a while there. Allmendinger was right around him as well. Not sure if he got any help, but that is going to drop Reddick well outside the top 10. Outside the top 20 as well. Looks like Reddick had a little contact with the 16 of Allmendinger. Allmendinger was outside battling for the same spot at the same time, it looked like, in turn 20, and it spun the 8 of Reddick out as Fox goes to a commercial. They're still side by side. As we continue to watch Larson catch up to Kyle Busch, Logano following in as well. Allmendinger still battling Chase Elliott now for 4th on the racetrack. By the way, that dropped Reddick all the way back to 23rd after spinning, running in 5th. Bowman going to make the pass on Cindric to move inside the top 10 now. Cindric continues to go backwards. We haven't seen Cindric fall this far back in traffic all day long, but again, it just seems like the longer the run goes, the worse Cindric gets. It's already one of the longest green flag runs of the race here to start stage 3. And again, Kyle Busch's big lead is slipping away. Shout out to Michael McDowell up to 7th place, currently battling Kurt Busch for 7th right now. McDowell's got heavy damage to the back bumper of his car. Remember, that is who Truex ran into the back of, bringing out that last caution for incident before Custer slammed into Truex. There goes my fantasy team. Oh, you have Reddick on your team there? Gotta wonder if Larson might use his stuff up trying to catch Kyle Busch from this big deficit, especially as quickly as he is gaining on him, and maybe Busch could be saving his tires, saving his equipment. Again, we know we have one more pit stop left to the finish of the race. Busch is going to get back to the start-finish line now, 28 laps to go here at Circuit of the Americas. Ryan Preece still camping out inside the top 10 as well in the 10th position. Larson's gap now to Kyle Busch is closed to 3 seconds. Logano closing as well, about 5.5 seconds back. And about 2 seconds behind Kyle Larson. Can Fox fix their cameras? Strapped for money with the low ratings. They've been up in the ratings the last few weeks, but you would think, man, that they missed that accident earlier, camera ankle wise. I know it's a big road course, but still. Oh, contact! Chastain gets into the left rear of the 16 of AJ Allmendinger, and now they're side by side. Long straightaway, Kurt Busch now. Sitting behind both of them, maybe waiting for one or both of them to make a mistake as hard as they're racing each other. Well, crinkled sheet metal between the 42 and the 16 as well, some of it with each other. Kurt Busch clears AJ Allmendinger, who slides the tires and now quickly goes after Chastain, and that is the veteran move there for Kurt Busch. And a couple corners is going to get by a couple race cars, including his teammate Chastain. Oh, contact between the Ganassi cars. Kurt Busch goes wide, barely keeps it out of the gravel. McDowell able to get by him for position. Chastain looked like he about ran him off the racetrack. I think he just slid wide. Again, it is raining outside, very easy to do that, and he slid wide, again, into his teammate Kurt Busch, who was just outside of him. Kyle Busch, Chase Elliott, leading a whole bunch of cars onto pit road. Logano's going to stay out, take over the race lead. Larson stays out. He takes over the race lead. Interesting that Kyle Busch pits from the lead. Definitely didn't want to be that last car gaining on pit road, especially noticing that Larson got that 6.5 deficit in less than half. Oh, wow. Chastain going way wider. So is Briscoe. Might be intentional. Cars look extremely sideways coming out of that corner. Fun to watch him slide off that corner, though. Almost looks like a dirt sprint car. Cindric, meanwhile, is faded all the way back to 16th. He's on my fantasy team. William Byron, who's in my garage on my fantasy team's all the way back up to 12th. Blaney to 13th. Both of those guys have heavy damage. When do they put slicks on? Well, it's still raining, so I don't expect them to put slicks on anytime soon. Still obviously see how wet it is with the spray off the cars. Good battle on track for 5th between A.J. Allmendinger and Michael McDowell as they go back and forth off turn 20, now down into turn 1. What's worse, slicks or worn out rain tires? Well, I should say, I don't know the answer to that question, but I do know that fresh rain tires in the rain are a lot better than half a second a lap faster than fresh slick tires, so in the rain. Yeah, until that track dries up, they're not going to be putting slicks on anytime soon. BM&J, welcome to the stream. About 25 laps to go. Currently, Kyle Larson leads, but Kyle Busch and Chase Elliott have already pitted. They were both inside the top 5. Busch was leading by about 3 seconds over Larson. You have to assume he's gaining more time on those fresh tires. Is likely going to have a bigger lead on Larson. And what we said, and there we go. Jeff Gordon just stated that he's about a second and a half faster than the race leader. Wow. So Kyle Busch has just been radioed in from his crew chief, Ben Bayshore, that they are about 2 laps short on fuel to the end of the race if this goes green. And I mean, even 2 laps under caution at COTA is tough to say. We got a 3.41 mile road course. He is nearly 8 miles, about 7 miles short on fuel to the end of the race. We saw Kyle Busch win a fuel mileage race at Texas last season. So if anybody could get it done, Kyle Busch could be one of those guys. Ross Chastain's just driven his way past Logano on fresher tires to get to second. Kurt Busch is also continuing to close on both the 22 and the 42. Chastain's about 3.5 seconds behind Larson for the race lead. Logano was about 2 seconds behind him. There's a big wheel spin by Chastain. He is driving the wheels off that race car. Chastain has been having some great runs as of late as well. He ran well at Dover, about 10th to 15th the whole race, considering Chip Ganassi team, not only the 42 but the 1 as well, has struggled for most of the year. Chastain should have had a top 10 at Kansas. Those late race restarts kind of derailed him. Remember, he was running 6th through 8th all that final stage as well in that race. So that 42 team's had speed the last couple races coming into this one. And they're carrying that speed again here today. Well, we expected the rain. I mean, you can't fault you can fault the rain for the race pace, but you can't fault anything else for the race pace outside of the rain. Daryl being very salty in the chat throughout the course of the day. Hope Kurt Busch sails Chastain in the car. They did make contact already once when Chastain got around Kurt. Wasted no time trying to clear him. Chastain is closing. About 2.5 seconds roughly behind Larson. Kurt Busch is also gaining after getting around Logano for third. I think a lot of these guys might be trying to split this final stage in half. Busch being a couple laps short on fuel. I don't know. We'll see. Cool. I didn't even know that. I didn't get a chance to watch it today. Obviously, well, a lot of it was because of this, but Scott Dixon will be on the pool for the Indy 500 next week. I'll be in Charlotte for the Coke 600. I'm going to do everything in my willpower to try and watch the Indy 500 on the road, wherever I'm at the time of the race happening. But we'll see. Yeah, it should be a cycle back to Kyle Busch. A lot of other drivers taking tires. Heavy downpour continues. Here at COTA, Chastain now 2 seconds back of Kyle Larson. I will give Fox credit though too. They've had a lot better green flag coverage in this race than the first 2 races this weekend. I felt like the truck and the Xfinity race, the parts I saw most of the Xfinity race. I only got to see a little bit of the truck race, but I felt like there was a lot of commercials during green flag action. I think during that red flag, it actually kind of helped that they were able to pump out a bunch of advertisements that maybe they don't need to go to as many commercial breaks during green now. So it feels like they've been going green for a while. Or when they have had commercial breaks, I think all but one under green flag conditions, the whole race have been a side-by-side. So at least we're seeing all the action. Yeah, that's very true too, Daryl. I mean, the slow fuel mile, or the 2 laps short on fuel mileage could come into play with a slower race pace in the rain. Not on the throttle as much. It's tough to save under green flag on a road course too. Anytime you're going through the shifts on the brakes, that's also using fuel, not just the on throttle time. So that's going to be tough to save gas. Couple of leaders coming on to pit road. Ross Chastain's going to stay out, but Kyle Larson, Kurt Busch, Joey Logano all come into the pits. So does Chase Briscoe back in the top 10 as well. Four tire stop for everybody. Topping off on fuel. This will be their final pit stops of the race if we don't get another yellow. And even if we do, if it stays raining, I don't see them changing tires to give up that track position this late in the race. So this is the money stop for most of these teams. Larson started taking off. They were still trying to get those lug nuts tight on the left front. Hopefully they got them tight. We're going to have to wait and see if Larson might end up having to lose the wheel. Or a vibration. We'll stay continued to that. Andrew Patman, welcome to the stream. Thanks for the compliment on the Blaney flag and the Packers logo in the background. There we go. WTF Charles, welcome to the stream. Nope, they are not under red flag anymore. They have been lifted from that red flag for a while now. We're in the final stage with 23 laps to go. Ross Chastain leads, but he still has to pit. Bowman, Byron, Hamlin, Priest, the top 5. All those guys have to pit. Chris Buescher has to pit yet in 6th. Anthony Alfredo in 8th has to pit. Eric Jones in 10th has to pit. First 2 drivers that pitted were Kyle Busch and Chase Elliott. And remember, Elliott pitted the same lap as Kyle Busch. The Fox crew was talking about Busch being 2 laps short on fuel. What does that mean for Chase Elliott? Is he 2 laps short on fuel also? Elliott's 3 seconds behind Busch as they run 7th and 8th. Again, 6 drivers ahead of him still have to pit. Not sure why Chastain's still on the racetrack. Surprised him and his teammate didn't come down at the same time with the same strategy of Kurt Busch and the rest of the leaders he was racing around, because he had a fast car, and every lap he stays out, the slower race pace is going to be than these guys on fresher tires behind him. Yeah, this race has been more unpredictable than the 500. I think that's reasonable. Appreciate the coverage. Part of the best commentary seen a stream, so appreciate the work. Hey, thanks again. Thanks, Charles. Greatly appreciate it. Thanks for coming back. Hit that like button. Hit the subscribe button. 24 likes. We've had up to 38 people watching the stream so far today. Currently 27 watching. Hit that like button. I know you guys all haven't hit it. Dark Crypto, welcome to the stream. 004T, welcome to the stream. It's going to be a good finish no matter what. Yeah, it likely is. It's going to come down to fuel mileage. Kyle Busch and Elliott are close, and Elliott's actually ran down Kyle Busch during this green flag run. I should say, since their pit stop specifically, Elliott's now only about 1.5 seconds behind, and I think Hamlin could be holding up Kyle Busch. Elliott might get a chance to get to him. Kyle Larson's about 6 seconds back behind Kyle Busch. And remember, he was faster than Busch before Busch pitted, so each of those 3 are drivers to look out for in the closing stages of this race. Hamlin finally lets his teammate go. Again, Hamlin still has to pit. Byron, Bowman, Chastain have to pit still too. Elliott sends it into the corner trying to get around Hamlin so he can keep up with Kyle Busch, but he couldn't clear him. It's going to hold Elliott back. He couldn't get back to the gas as much as what he wanted, and now Kyle Busch is driving away slightly down this longest straightaway of the racetrack. In another tight left-handed hairpin corner. Chastain's got about 13 seconds on Bowman right now, but again, the top 3 haven't pit. Plus Hamlin, Alfredo, and I believe Austin Dillon still have to hit pit road inside the top 10. Chastain's finally coming into pit road with 22 laps to go. Probably couldn't go much further on fuel. He'll definitely be plenty good to the end. Credit to these drivers not locking the tires up trying to get into their pit box as well with this wet weather. Surprised we haven't seen any of that. Especially with these guys not really having experience of a live pit stop during green flag conditions. Credit to the pit crews as well for not slipping and falling. Chastain's just getting out of the pit box as Kyle Busch and Chase Elliott go roaring by. I mean, look at how much time Chastain lost. Staying out that much longer. He'll probably gain some of that time back, but he's not going to gain all of it back. Alex Bowman still on the racetrack. He stayed out another lap longer than Ross Chastain. So Bowman in the Ally Chevrolet, our last race winner at Dover, is currently leading this race. Ethan Walton, welcome to the stream. I see you. Kyle Busch is in second place right now. Again, the only reason he lost track position, he and Chase Elliott were the first two drivers to hit pit road. Currently, Elliott and Busch are battling side by side into the International Horseshoe. And he got around him. Elliott up to second, the eventual race leader. When everything cycles through and his teammate Bowman comes to pit road, Elliott has caught and passed Kyle Busch with 21 laps to go. Busch is going to fight hard to try and get it back from him. Busch maybe was saving fuel and is still saving fuel. If he is saving fuel, what about Chase Elliott? Again, he pitted the same lap as Kyle Busch. Larson is gaining quick on both these guys. He pitted well after Kyle Busch and Chase Elliott, so Larson's definitely good on fuel to the end, but the two question marks are Elliott and Kyle Busch. Are they good on fuel? Again, Bowman still has to pit. So by the time he cycles through, he'll easily be outside the top 10. Alfredo, Austin Dillon, Denny Hamlin all have to pit still too. They're inside the top 10 as well, but battle for second. Kyle Busch gets back around Elliott. Looked like Elliott might have been able to drive away. And they're going at it. Larson finally gets around Hamlin for fourth. Now he could have his eyes set on the 18 and the 9 who have been battling for a while. You got to assume that's another reason why he's closed in that gap so much as well. A couple lap pressure tires. Those tires will even out over time. But him waiting a handful of laps after will give him those couple lap extra benefit. It's turning into what could be a very, very good finish to what has been a very unpredictable race. I'd say a good race so far. Got a little ugly there in the beginning. A couple nasty crashes, including one major accident between Cole Custer and Martin Truex Jr. Chase back in front of Kyle Busch again, and again with the commercial and it going side by side. The only thing I have to pay attention to is the leaderboard. It scored Busch back in front of Elliott again, but 20 laps left here at COTA. Look out for Larson again. He was faster than both Busch and Elliott before those pit stops. He has closed the gap on Kyle Busch as Elliott has pulled away from Busch since getting around him. Man, just look at the screen for those of you watching this race. Credit to Jamie Little without a poncho in the rain, toughing it out. And you look at Regan Smith, and he's all bundled up. I just wanted to throw that out there randomly. I saw them on the screen. Meanwhile, in the booth, Mike Joy, Clint Boyer, and Jeff Gordon are all staying dry. So according to Larry McReynolds, Kyle Busch, because of the slower race pace or saving gas, whatever it is, his lap times have slowed up quite a bit. and he should be good to go to the end on fuel. Third place is Kyle Busch right now. Again, Bowman leads, but he still has to pit. Elliott's now only about 3 seconds behind him on much fresher tires, too. Bowman might try to just keep this lead as long as he can and then pit when Elliott gets around him. Might be the strategy there. So Alfredo's just come onto pit road. Just Austin Dillon, Hamlin, and Bowman have to pit. Yeah, Hendrick could be 1, 2, 3 here if Larson could get on by Busch. Huge run, and Larson sends it into the next corner. Side by side, Busch might have let him go, because Larson passed him easily. And you wonder if that could come back, too, if Kyle Busch is able to get going on the longer run. Elliott all over the back of Bowman now for the race lead. Again, Bowman still has to pit anyway. And likely going to easily give up that spot to Elliott, I'd have to assume. Well, yep, exactly what I stated, that as soon as Chase Elliott started to close in on Alex Bowman and got to that back bumper or was going to pass him, Bowman comes into the pits. Elliott to the lead now, surrendering the lead with 18 laps to go. Larson did get around Busch as stated. Larson will now be in second. Kyle Busch will be in third, followed by Logano. Hamlin's also in the pits for his final stop. Chastain will cycle back out in fifth. And I believe Austin Dillon still has to pit. Could be wrong on that. He might have already pit, but he would have came out of nowhere if he didn't pit already, because McDowell and Allmendinger were way ahead of Austin Dillon, I thought, before the pit stops. Chase is going to win because Kyle's short on gas. But yes, remember, Chase Elliott pitted the same lap as Kyle Busch. So you would have to assume if Kyle Busch's fuel mileage is like that, Chase Elliott's might be the same. Now, Fox hasn't come across and stated anything about Elliott's condition on fuel. But them pitting the same lap and Busch being 2 laps short, Elliott could not have gotten that much more fuel in the race car, considering, again, that's about a 7-mile difference. I guess if Austin Dillon ends up going another 5 or 6 laps on fuel, you'd have to assume, if he gets to 10 to go and he's still in 6th place, then he would have had to have pitted already. There's no way he can go that long on fuel around this racetrack. Yeah, Elliott's not saving it all right now because he is pulling away from Kyle Larson still. He's out to about a 7.5 second lead, almost 8 seconds now. I have to see if we stay green to the finish as well, with this rain kind of dampening the racetrack even more. Yep, see, that's what I stated. Fox, Mike Joy just broke in that Elliott believes that his crew might be 2 laps short on fuel now also, which I'd been stating this whole time, him and Kyle Busch came to pit road the same time, but they've only been talking about Kyle Busch's fuel situation. Elliott has grown that lead out to 9 seconds. He is absolutely hauling the mail, pulling away from Larson. 17 laps to go now in this race. Again, it is a fuel mileage race. Busch is in third. He has seemingly saved fuel. Elliott has not been saving fuel this whole run, considering he was about 3 seconds behind him. Well, as far as darker conditions go, they still have about, I mean, even at my house, and I live Eastern time zone, these guys I think are central, either central or mountain. I think it's central time zone in Austin. So it'd be like 5 o'clock there right now. Yeah, they'll be good on light for another 3 hours, 2.5, 3 hours. Well, or sorry, I'm good on light for another 2.5, 3 hours. They probably got another extra hour on top of it. So again, the downpours continue. The track is continuing to gain more and more water. The beneficial part of things is that the field is pretty spaced out right now. So there aren't a lot of drivers necessarily battling for position. There are drivers battling for position, but not as much as what we have seen throughout the course of this race. Again, this is the longest green flag run we've had so far. I don't think they're going to throw a caution for the rain. They shouldn't, unless we see multiple spins. If we start seeing drivers spin out repeatedly, then they can throw the caution. But nobody is even like spun off course yet. Kyle Busch into the pits from third place, committing the fact that he will not make it on fuel to the end. He'll surrender the third spot. That'll move Logano, Chastain, Allmendinger, McDowell, and Briscoe likely up a spot. Chase Elliott's got an 11.5-second lead over Kyle Larson. This could fall into Larson's hands whenever Elliott decides to pit. If he tries to just run this to the end and hope for a caution. Kyle Busch does cycle out of the pits in 8th place, so he only lost 5 positions. That's how far ahead he was. Gosh darn it, no, Fox just updated the leaderboard. Now he's back to 11th. They've been doing that a lot to me today, where like you see guys swapping for positions and they're not actually near each other. Any one of these drivers can lose control, though. I mean, heck, Larson, who has about 12 seconds back to Logano, which would be the next driver for position, Larson could just lose control one of these times and he could spin. And that gap is closed all the way up. If not, Logano gets in front of him. This race is not over by any means with 16 laps to go for anybody. Their central time? Okay, gotcha. Yeah, as far as darkness goes, they're good. And remember, this rain is going to let up at 7 o'clock their time, so I mean, it will break up at some point. It'll probably be well after the race at this rate with only 16 to go, but considering they probably got about an hour and a half left of rain. Kyle Busch gets around Austin Dillon for position, and he's got his eyes set now on red, and Kurt Busch coming in hot! What a miss! That was unbelievable drivability out of the one of Kurt Busch. Kurt Busch was about to just jam right into the back of either Austin Dillon or Kyle Busch, and he split right in between the two of them after he locked the tires up. That was unbelievable. I mean, that would have completely totaled his, I mean, we'd seen it a couple times today. That would have been a very hard impact once again. That is unbelievable. That is maybe the save of the year. I know he lost a lot of spots with it, but that has to be the save of the year, considering the downpouring rain, the hydroplaning, locking the tires up, and he somehow missed the 3 and the 18. Yeah, we stay green. That would have definitely warranted a caution if he would have jammed it right into the back of one of those guys. I wish he stopped for a caution. Well, that would be illegal if he was deemed to do it on purpose. 47 people watching. First time I've looked in the chat in a while. Sorry for that, but trying to bring you guys live commentary. Greatly appreciate everybody tuning in. Like, share, and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Throwing that out there again. We got NASCAR Heat 5 action at Talladega later tonight. We do these full race live streams with a realistic broadcast, as well as live commentary over actual races as frequently as I can when I'm not actually at the track traveling to a NASCAR race myself. I will be going to Charlotte next week, so likely not going to be seeing a stream of this. But Sonoma the week after, might be right back here on the channel again. Cody Graphics, welcome. Cody K Graphics, welcome to the stream. On that road to 1,000 subs. Chase Elliott currently leads at the, almost said the Daytona Road Course. Chase Elliott currently leads here at Circuit of the Americas. On the replay camera, it actually looks like Austin Cindric just spun out on his own, too. I mean, anybody could spin at this point. Elliott is 2 laps short on fuel. Kyle Larson is in second, and the caution is out with 15 laps left due to the downpouring conditions. And this is kind of what I expected. We were going to see a couple guys likely spin or hydroplane wide before they were going to throw the yellow for the heavy downpouring rain. They'll try to dry the track off a little bit more. This caution is exactly what Chase Elliott needed, because now he could try to save as much fuel as he can. I'm still not sure he's going to be able to save all 2 laps around this big of a road course, plus turning the car off and on, during cautions. Who's to say that maybe rain doesn't get in and stall him out? Tires spinning too much. He's got to be careful trying to save fuel while it's raining. This is going to bunch everybody back together again. Yep, going to Charlotte next week. Coke 600. 50 people watching. Our stream record is 64 people watching. Can we break that record here today? We're getting close. Caution is out. It is raining hard there. It is now raining hard at my house out of nowhere, too. making sure everything's accurate here. Yeah, it was getting pretty dangerous out there for everybody hydroplaning. We saw Austin Cindric spin there during the commercial break, during the side-by-side coverage. Kurt Busch, I mean, he just about nailed Kyle or Austin Dillon, maybe even both of them. That could have been a very bad accident. I'm back. It's real Kyle Busch. You got me. Real Kyle Busch is back in the chat, everybody. Or fake Kyle Busch, not real Kyle Busch. Kyle Busch still currently on the course. He is still in this race. So they are under caution for a very, very heavy torrential downpour right now. They've been racing in the rain since the drop of the green flag at the start of the race. Is there lightning in the area? I don't know yet. Remember, the rain is going to stop at some point in time, at least scheduled to stop on the hour-by-hour forecast. It will not get dark at Circuit of the Americas for a few hours. They can race in the rain, so even after the lightning goes away, if they do have lightning, they could still race in the rain if they just dry the track off barely enough to keep the rain tires on, kind of like we saw during the caution late in stage 2. Yeah, don't listen to Daryl in the chat. They haven't called the race yet, and I don't see them calling it right now either. It's going to be interesting, though, if they keep this under green or if they throw the red flag, because this is wasting precious laps late in the race, which is only going to make this next restart even more crazy. Now all the cars are coming to pit road, so it's likely going to be a red flag with 13 laps to go as they pull onto pit road. $101 miles. Yeah, it has to be within. Lightning has to be within 8 miles of the racetrack. They're still under yellow flag conditions, so they must be just rain-Xing the cars again. I don't know. Not in red flag condition here. This race is not over yet, guys. Again, they can race in the rain. They're likely drying the backstretch off. The long straightaways. Well, we're prolonging this race a little bit longer. Hendrick 1-2. Currently. Wow. Interview with Chase Elliott.
Terrible dangerous.
This rain is too hard. I mean, obviously I'm biased, but I agree, actually. I don't see how you can do it right now.
That was actually Bill Elliott.
Yes, the first voice was his dad saying it's raining too.
My bad. I thought they were going to actually interview Chase Elliott there for a second. Any driver interviews during this rain delay, I'll unplug and let you guys listen to it. That is unbelievable. They're showing this during the... There was this ride. There's this ride that they have, and they're somehow still right. It's like one of those like swing. I don't even know what to call it. It's like a Ferris wheel swinging looking thing. Almost looks like a windmill, and it is still. It is still going even in the downpouring rain. Yeah, we're going to sit out this rain delay for the moment because, I mean, if it even lightens up at any point in time here, they will go back to racing. And they still have a few hours of daylight with just 13 laps to go. They're doing the right thing. They need to red flag this because we were seeing a couple guys hydroplane there. Kurt Busch and Cindric ended up going around for a spin that it was just getting way too wet. I know the Charlotte Roval and the Xfinity Series last year, they've raced in just the same thing, but you got to understand this is a much faster road course first and foremost. We've already seen two very hard accidents today because of this similar situation. And then number two, they should have thrown the caution back in the Xfinity race and they didn't. So that's not a good explanation for, well, they ran that one way back at the Roval when they shouldn't have. Kyle Larson's interview.
Wild day out there. Looked like you were in a good spot as the pit sequences started to happen, but now this caution for the rain and an excessive rain, kind of not what you needed at this moment.
No, I wanted to go green the whole way. I think Chase was short on fuel, so we wanted it to keep going so he'd have to pit, but selfishly, yeah, I'd like to keep going somehow, but it's probably getting pretty late, and it's raining hard. It's going to be hard to see, and we've already had some pretty scary crashes today, so like I said, I won't be surprised if this is it, but good day for our Intercar Chevrolet. Really cool to run up front on a road course, get my first rain race in, and run up front and pass some good cars, so had fun. Just I thought it would be a little bit better there to catch Chase and pass him. I was better than him the run before. I was able to pass him and get away, but yeah, he must have found some speed there late.
Thanks, Kyle.
Thanks.
And there is Chase Elliott, who is our race leader under the red flag with 14 laps to go.
Chase was sandbagging. Yeah. I think if they go to a couple overtimes, they could make it on fuel simply because a lot of those drivers pitted well enough after what Elliott and Kyle Busch did. Plus, these caution laps alone are going to help them save a little bit more fuel also. It's interesting, though, because if we go back racing, Chase Elliott, he's about 2 laps short. I don't know if he could save enough under this caution. Now, with later restarts into this race and in the wet conditions, which we will have no matter what if we go back racing. I mean, this is going to be interesting. We go back to green. I think Larson's in the catbird seat to try and get this done. But with everything bunched back together on a restart, we got fast cars behind them. Remember, Kyle Busch has fresher tires than anybody else, and he's still in 7th place right now. 7th or 8th. So he'll be really close towards the front. He might be back in prime position again. AJ Allmendinger, road course ringer, he's in 5th. Kyle Busch has actually scored 10th. Jamie's got a raincoat on now. She was toughing it out for the longest time. I don't blame her, though. Ryan Blaney interview.
It all of a sudden started getting harder to see, and you were hydroplaning around a little bit more. It just started picking up there, I don't know, 20 minutes ago or something, and just kind of making the best of it, right? You're trying to figure out what lane is okay and try to go down the backstretch and figure out where you're at. try to be as smooth as you can. So, it was a shame we got a couple accidents today in our body armor Mustang. I thought we were just kind of riding around there trying to keep it on the track, and then they decided to bring us in. So hopefully we get back going, try to get some more spots. But it's got to let up a little bit. It's a lot of puddles out there. But yeah, it's been pretty fun. I wish we were a little bit better, but hopefully we get back going and we get that chance.
Thanks, Ryan.
Again, any other driver interviews during this red flag, well, man, that swinging thing's still going. The Ferris wheel and everything else is. Now, when I go to Cedar Point, if it rains at any point in time, or at an amusement park, they shut everything down. How in the world are they still allowing that thing to run? Because that just seems extra dangerous. That, and I feel like the rain pelting your skin at like 50 miles an hour would also hurt a lot worse. Hendrick Tice Betty. It's not over yet, guys. No, Tim, again, this is a different situation. This is a situation which warranted that big accident we saw between Custer and Truex earlier, where drivers were not only unable to see, but also it's more of a safety thing. That's the only reason they're not racing, really. I mean, it just comes down to safety. We don't want to see another big accident like that because that was dangerous enough as it was. Both guys were okay, yes, but you can't keep risking that. They're making the right call here. They're trying to dry the track off as much as they can with this torrential downpour. I think their plan is they're going to go back racing here eventually. All they need is the rain to lighten up. It doesn't have to stop. They just need it to not torrential downpour like it is right now. Sorry, I forgot to. This is AJ's interview.
Quickest of the first round. It was been really good, and these
Got
conditions
sidetracked
are
in my
treacherous,
bad.
but
Dawson
high
Graham,
pressure
welcome to the
Chevy's
stream.
pretty good, and we'll see what happens here if we go back green. I think we got a chance for the win, and if not, then it's been a solid day. But just awesome I wish the weather was better because the crowd here. I don't know if TV shows it, but it's been awesome. So hopefully we come back to Austin and. Yeah, we'll see what happens here. You never know. You never know if we're going to go back green. There's always optimism. Let's put it that way.
There's always a chance, Mike.
I heard yesterday on the PA that usually they sell 500, 550 camper spaces for the other events here at COTA.
No, there are no lights at COTA. Most road courses don't have lights. Tim Walker, welcome to the stream. Chase Elliott is leading with 13 to go. Red flag for standing water around the racetrack. Cars were, Kurt Busch almost annihilated the back of Austin Dillon and Kyle Busch into one of the hard braking zones simply by hydroplaning, which I know that's a factor of this race. And then we saw Austin Cindric spin as well. It's one of those things, if we didn't see an accident earlier in the race as heavy as we did, they probably would have stayed green, but that was a difference maker. Here's Chase Briscoe's interview.
The rain, I felt like just from last year, being able to run the Roval in the rain would be, good experience, and I felt like I would have a little bit of an advantage just because I was one of the few guys that had done it, and the grip level was similar to the Roval, but the vision was a lot worse, so it's been an interesting day to say the least, but yeah, a really good day for a high point forward. We've been able to continually kind of run up front. This is the kind of run we need. I want to get going. I feel like we're a little bit better than a couple of those guys in front of us, but it's definitely sketchy.
Well done. Thank you, Mike.
winner is Chase.
Oh, they called it. That's it. Race is official. Chase Elliott wins at Circuit of the Americas. The NASCAR Cup Series. Elliott's first win of the season. And they're going to be interviewing Chase Elliott right now.
Chase, doesn't seem to matter the conditions. If it's a road course, you're going to find your way up front. Your 6th road course win, 12th career victory.
Oh man, couldn't be more excited. I've never won a rain race before, so it's kind of cool. And just super proud of our team for just continuing to fight. Kind of started the day, weren't very good, and just kept pushing myself. Kept making some good changes throughout the day, and got to where I thought we were on pace with those guys there at the end. So really proud of that. It's not the greatest thing ever for it to rain, to have a rain race win if it's your first one, but I think it's okay if it's down the road. So I'm pretty excited about that, and looking forward to next week and trying to keep it rolling.
I got to ask you about the end of the race. You were a couple laps short on fuel. Alan told you to start pushing. You picked up the pace incredibly at the end. You were 2 seconds quicker than anybody in the field right there. What'd you do different?
I just kept pushing myself harder and harder. There was some areas on track that were getting actually really treacherous. I felt like the back straightaway was puddling up, and you were starting to hydroplane and do some weird stuff. So my only option was to just kind of send it through those spots and hope for the best. So like I said, just really proud of our team. 2 in a row for Hendrick Motorsports. I think this is win number 800, Jim? Yeah, 800th win for Chevrolet. Couldn't be more proud of Chevy. Jim Campbell here, thanks for being here. And 268 for HMS. So just thanks for all the fans for hanging in there today. Great to have UniFirst on the car this week, get our first win together. And I know everybody's used to seeing us in our Napa colors, but good to have them on board. And like I said, just proud of our team. We've kind of had an up and down year to come here and to fight. Not the ideal way to win, but we'll definitely take it and move on down the road.
Chase Elliott, your inaugural winner at Circuit of the Americas.
6th road course win for Chase Elliott in his 14th.
Chase Elliott has won once again at Circuit of the Americas. If you're just tuning in, due to a rain race, we'll go through the finishing results. Fox will be going off the air here in a few minutes. Gone through a decent amount of driver interviews. So we'll take a look at the unofficial results coming out of this race. Again, Chase Elliott with the win. Kyle Larson second. 1-2 finish for Hendrick Motorsports. Another second place for Kyle Larson. Can't catch a break. This one, though, was not his fault by any means. Elliott was likely 2 laps short on fuel if it could have stayed green to the end. Joey Logano ends up finishing in 3rd. Ross Chastain 4th. A.J. Allmendinger 5th. Chase Briscoe 6th. Michael McDowell 7th. Alex Bowman 8th. Tyler Reddick 9th. And Kyle Busch, who did pit, he was definitely short on fuel. Imagine if he would have stayed out, he probably would have finished 3rd. Tough break there, as Kyle Busch will falter, still finishing 10th place. So all in all, not a bad run there. William Byron just misses out on a top 10, finishing 11th. Byron came in with 11 straight top 10s. And this was a great rally after heavy right rear damage all the way back at stage 1 with Matt DiBenedetto. Again, great rally by that team. Notable finishers, though, outside the top 10. I guess the must-haves that I had for the fantasy lineups, drivers who I considered were must-haves and was going to run well. Kyle Busch ran well. Should have had a better finish. Unfortunately, the pit strategy didn't fall his way late with the heavy rain. Again, finishes 10th. He did win a stage today as well. Chase Elliott was another one of those guys. He ends up going to victory lane. Obviously worked out well for him. And A.J. Allmendinger, he was not a sleeper. Well, yeah, a sleeper pick, I guess, only because he is not a Cup Series regular. He finishes 5th in today's race. I said that he was going to get a top 10 as well as Elliott and Busch would contend for the win. They did. William Byron, I said he was going to keep the top 10 streak alive. I was so close on that prediction, 11th. If he just could have had more laps, he might have been able to get there. Coulda, woulda, shoulda, though. Still 11th place run. Denny Hamlin, I'd say that I said that he would struggle today. He did not finish in the top 10 in either of the first two stages. Finishes 14th. I was right on that. Said he was not going to get a top 10. Brad Keselowski as well. I said he was going to run outside the top 10 all day. Finished 19th. He ran pretty much 20th or worse most of the race. Spun a couple times as well. Let's see here. Who else did we have in the pre-race that we talked about? So Austin Cindric was a sleeper pick. He finished 25th. I said he was going to get the top 10. Ran there for most of the day. He spun there late, right before they had that yellow. He was still running just outside the top 10 at the time of him spinning. So under exceeded my expectations there. I had higher expectations. And he ran well. For whatever reason, he faded a lot on that last restart. He was slower on the longer runs, but he was much slower on that last green flag run compared to any other run throughout the course of the race. And I think that wraps up all the must-haves, the sleepers, the don't-haves. There's somebody else I missed on the... Oh, Austin Dillon. Austin Dillon was on the don't-have list. He finishes 12th. I said he wasn't going to get a top 10 today. He didn't. He was running there for the most part in stage 3, but he did not get any stage points in either of the first two stages as well, so not a great points day for Austin Dillon, considering he doesn't have a win. We have another new winner this season. Not good for Austin Dillon. Again, Chase Elliott wins at the Circuit of the Americas road course, the inaugural race here. And I'll go through fantasy real quick here. We got to get out of here pretty soon because we still have one more stream tonight. Fantasy, as far as my team goes, if I would have started Byron, I would have scored one more point than Austin Cindric. I really didn't think Cindric was going to fail me that much in stage 3, but he did. Bonus points, top Chevy I had Elliott, top Toyota I had Kyle Busch, so I got 10 bonus points there. And then again I had Allmendinger 5th, Kyle Busch 10th with a stage win. Chase Elliott, winner on my team. Logano, he ran top 10 all day, finished there, and Cindric failed at the end of the race, but he scored 13 stage points, a lot of stage points for him. As far as the actual league itself, it's the wrong league. KRC League. There we go. So I ended up 5th, 201. Our leader this week and the winner was Sauce Mafia and Austin Dillon fan. I believe that's Tyler Burback. 221 by 2 points beats P-Shat Motorsports this week. Super B-Man 1. That's Tim Irvin, finishes 3rd. And he only finished 10 points back. Ethan, you ended up finishing 4th there. 1 point behind Tim for 3rd and only 11 points off the lead. So only 20 points separated the top 5 this week. Very, very close. Great day for everybody there in fantasy. I highly appreciate everybody who joined the live stream here today. 33 likes. We got 37 watching at the end of it. We had as many as 51 people watching. I appreciated the support you guys have given me through and through. The only other thing I ask as we get out of here is to like, share, and subscribe. Again, if you haven't already, we just got over 850 subs here today. Total, I think we gained like 13 over the course of the stream. I greatly appreciate it. We are not done yet here tonight. NASCAR Heat 5 tonight at Talladega for the Xfinity Series. I guess I could turn the race broadcast off. There we go. I can hear myself think now. Okay. So here tonight we'll have what time works best for anybody here? NASCAR Heat 5 Talladega Xfinity Series career mode full race live stream coming up then 300 miles. So that will be a lot of fun. We will race to the finish in that one. I can guarantee it. And that should be all we have left. We'll save the Cup race on NASCAR 05 for tomorrow. And well, unless I crash out of that Xfinity race, I guess, which is possible. It is Talladega, but if I don't crash out of it, then we will end up staying with just that race. But again, tune in for that. Start time for that race, we'll go 7 o'clock. 7 p.m. Eastern Standard start time for that race. Not keep you guys waiting too long, but give me a little bit to grab a snack here before we get things started. So 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, top of the hour, we will be live streaming. So be ready on the channel. We've got some more racing. Again, like, share, and subscribe. Thank you so much, everybody. Hopefully you enjoyed the race nonetheless, even though it was shortened to his total distance. I thought it was a pretty good race overall. I will see you guys top of the hour.